Oh, it's cool. It changes the palate because of the food.
Yeah. Hello, and welcome to Jason Cavness Experience. I'm your host, Jason Cavness. Today, I have the honor of having my good friend James Van Prooyen. James is an Air Force retiree and co-founder of Military Creator Con. James, thanks for being here today.
Awesome, man. Ready for it. Let's do it. I'm really excited to finally. I've been here before, and I've watched you on interview other people here, and today's the day, so I'm really excited.
So first off, James was actually in the Seattle area. So he ran on something called Ragnar Relay Running Club or something like that.
Well, Ragnar Relay.
Can you talk about that?
Yeah, for sure. I was in town, so I started in 2016 for the specific race that's in this area. So Ragnar Relay is a for-profit event, running event all over the U.S. that I ran years ago. I started running in 2010, but the specific race here in this area is called Northwest Passage. It's always kind of the middle or the week after 4th of July every year. So I came here in 2016 for the first time, and I got into town late last week to run it. It was like a Friday, Saturday run.
And this is I guess this is long distance running?
So it's a team event, so it's depends how you define that, but it's the road version, which this is a 200-ish mile course, I would say. I want to say this one specifically here was...
Let me backtrack. 200 miles. So is this
as a group though, 12 people.
Okay, but are you like running? You riding bicycles? Are you driving cars?
Oh no, this is all running. It's a straight running only, running based. So there's a road version and a trail version. So we can kind of get into that if you want as well. But specifically here, this one was a road because Washington State has both a road version of this race and a trail version of this race. So the trail version is in August. I've yet to run it here. This one and that one's. It's at Rainier. I forget. I think it's known as just the Rainier Trail or the Washington Trail, or the trail race for the Ragnar race. But that's done in August. It's probably one of their tougher. I've heard, which I've never done it personally yet, that's probably the hardest trail race that Ragnar has, which is like I said, the Washington State one here in August. But the one I ran just now was a road 200-mile race.
So your team is it's just a competition against other teams.
That's what's cool about this race too. And I when I started podcasting, I do a podcast related to the race to kind of explain a lot of this. But there's a road and trail version, right? And it's very much kind of a mixture of competitive and non-competitive people and teams. So you have people of all backgrounds, running, walking. Like there's different categories. So there's all male teams that are competing in certain categories, all female teams. There's like a public service category. So they have a lot of different categories to where you can compete. And, it's not really a money, like you compete and win and get any kind of money reward, but it's more, they've got little things I say little things, like one, for example, race that I've been a part of that I was a first place in a certain division. You get like a baton with like saying, hey, blah, 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 with some stuff about being first.
And it's 200 miles and there's 12 people on the team?
So the road version, a full team is 12. Ultra teams are 6. So if you did this race, for example, that I just did, let's just for math purposes say it's 200 miles. So with 12 people, every leg is a different amount. So,
people don't run the same amount.
They don't. So runner 1 might run... of a full team, right, of 12. Runner 1 might run a total of 18 miles. Runner 2 might run a total of 20 miles. Runner 3 might do a total of 30 miles. You know what I mean? It could be...
So do y'all do this based on capability of the runner, or y'all just like draw straws like, nah, fuck it. I drew the 30-mile run. Fuck my life. That's
a great question. So really it's always based on the captain, right, to set that up. Let's say you and I are on a team. We set up, was like, hey, we got 10 other of our friends. I'm the captain. I'll be like, okay, I know Jace can run. You kind of go off of not just capability, but like, okay, you can't usually put somebody who's never run more than 5 miles ever on a leg that has maybe a 9-mile route and then turn around and do a 6-mile route and whatever, right? So you kind of look, it's like, okay, who are my long distance runners? Who can do which amounts? And you kind of generally break it up that way, but it's really always based on the team, and for me, I've done a lot of them, but I don't usually, I've run anywhere from as little as maybe a total of 15 miles for a whole entire race, all the way up to like in the 40s probably.
So how often do you get the so-called runner's high?
every single time you
every
do,
single time.
every single time
Yeah.
you run. Yeah.
What do you think that comes from? I know it's like some kind of bioscience thing, but it's like, do you think because the oxygen is going through your fucking lungs faster, or what do you think that is comes from?
Well, that's also an interesting question. Probably the last one that would know scientifically why. I mean, I think it's like anything, probably a little bit of, you know what I mean? If like, you took the stairs in a building or whatever, like just it gets your heart rate a certain thing. And um, also, if you run about a half a mile to a mile in, you're starting to kind of feel it, and your mind just feels like it becomes more clear.
Yeah.
So, and that's what's cool too about being in all these areas, and like being, I've kind of enjoyed the areas and looking around, and it. I don't know if it's because you're getting more oxygen because you're breathing in deeper, and just with the things like that. But what is cool is it really does, because I just experienced that the last few days. Like you got some clarity. It's just kind of it's not just therapeutic, but I think there's something's got to be physical that's happening.
So,
But of course, I don't. I'd be the last person that
yeah.
could say medically why that is. But yeah, there's definitely something to that.
So when you're running, do you like focus on running itself, or you like kind of like taking the atmosphere? Oh man, look at that tree, look at that meadow, man, these birds. Like you kind of taking nature and enjoy the moment.
I try to do both, and I mean, I think sometimes, like anything, it's the path of least resistance. So sometimes it's harder than others. So for me, if I'm running up a hill, I try to sometimes like, okay, I want to run to a certain point. Like I'll pick out maybe a pole or a tree, or like just like if there's a sidewalk, I'll be like, okay, let me get to 3 things from now, to basically try to motivate yourself to kind of push through. For me, kind of a personal like, hey, I'm it's getting harder. Let me concentrate on that. So that's sometimes what goes through my mind. But mostly, as I've gotten older on some of these races, it's not that I'm not competitive. I've always been competitive, but I think the older I got, and I'm like, okay, take in the views, look, and that's what's cool about this Ragnar race. When you're traveling through all these communities, and even on the trail, when you're in these different areas of maybe of woods or mountains, it's just, and actually specifically for this race, a lot of times I'm looking at, oh well, look, that's cool, that's a beautiful. I was running the first morning on this race on Friday morning, right next to water, where I'm watching all these people kind of, out into the shore line of the water, getting some sort of oysters or something. And so, you know what I mean? I'm always just looking at different stuff and seeing different things, and, thinking how cool these areas are. And so I think it just depends where I'm at, and what I'm thinking of. And, I think we go back, which you were in the military as well. And when I was running for quite a few miles in the military time, I'm kind of, if I'm running in Tampa, I'm looking at the water, and, just kind of different times taking all in, and thinking about, what you're going to do later that day, and thinking about life, and you know what I mean? So it just always depends for me.
Yeah.
What's going on.
So I've always heard this. I don't know if you know if it's true or not. I always heard like, of course, no one wants to run uphill, right? Because it kind of sucks, right? Everyone thinks running downhill is better, right? But I always heard like actually for your body, physically, it's better to run uphill than downhill.
That's an interesting thing.
Because you don't realize it's like a different angle of pressure on your knees and your body.
And I think from a medical perspective, or from a general runner perspective, I don't really know what the true answer is of that. And it's interesting to say that for me, when I was younger, I used to make myself run uphill more than I do now, but I never really wanted to train running uphill, whether it's good or bad. And I think it goes to the last path of least resistance. And I know some runners really say when they run downhill, it hurts for them to run downhill. For me, I've always liked downhill because it's like half the input for way more output. But it does, I think, I feel, me personally, more kind of pressure on my knees as you're headed down.
Yeah.
Kind of versus up.
Yeah. So I always feel this analogy, right? Like I think running is a good analogy for like whenever you start something, like you run like 10 miles, right? The first half mile like fucking sucks, but no one wants to do a race. So I think the same thing. Anything you start, right? Start a business, start a podcast. That first, X amount of time, it sucks so bad. Like, man, I can't do this, right? But once you get past the little sucky period, like, oh man, I made half a mile, right?
That's what's very interesting to me, at least, that I've always said is I've never gone out and ran and been like, I wish I hadn't ran. But every single time you do it, it takes you, or at least for me, it takes that initial getting past the, oh, I really feel like doing this. Then you get going, and then like even that's what's, for example, with this race, like, one of the leg, because it's a race that starts Friday, goes all through the night into Saturday. So Friday night, kind of, and early Saturday morning, when you like, let's say we're done. I go to sleep at 12:30 in the morning, and then I get up at like 3 something in the morning. I'm not immediately saying, "Hey, I can't wait to go out and run." I don't like the cold. It was cold that morning. So to your point, you just do it anyway. But as soon as you get started, it's like, oh, wow, like even part of that runner's high you're talking about, you start to be like, oh wow, like now, like afterwards, you always look back and be like, I can't believe I didn't want to do it. But you know what I mean? Like it's always that feels like catch 22, at least for me. It's very much in which we talked about in our van this past few days. To me, I've always told people that what I've learned about, which I've hesitated always to call myself a runner, but as a runner, I've learned really kind of early on. I don't care who you are and how good you are. It's always the mindset. It's like, you mean your mind's always going to want to tell you, like, when something hurts or the path of least resistance, you want to take the easy route, but it's always worth it to not listen to that and push through it.
Talk about this, right? Whenever you finish run, I'm sure you get this almost like a sense of accomplishment. Like, man, like I just ran 20,000 miles, right? Talk about the sense of accomplishment you get when you actually finish a run.
Yeah, it's a good question too. I mean, I think it just depends. I think for me, it's been weird because I've learned a while ago that I was a long distance runner, right? I didn't know any of these things until the military made us run, but I could run. I would increase miles, right? Well, I was in the military. I went from running maybe 4 miles 3 times a week to 6 miles 6 days a week to 7 miles 6 days a week to 7 to 10. So I think as I pushed myself to higher limits, it was like, I could kind of figure out how it was for myself, and sorry, I kind of lost my train of thought of what your question was. So sorry, but
no worries. So, what can you tell us your training schedule? Like, how do you train? Like, you run the. Like,
I know you were asking me about the feeling you get. I think the feeling I get at the end really just depends on how far I ran.
Okay.
I mean, I think where I was going with what I was saying is overall, I like to really not know how many miles I'm going to run, and just kind of, and not being like, thinking about only 2 more miles to go. Because I mean, I'm human, and you think that way, but I think it is a cool accomplishment. And actually, I think part of the answer probably came up as I was kind of laughing at hearing people. I think runners talk about like, oh, I only am going to run this many miles. I only have 4 miles this time. And I think it's cool to have that sense of accomplishment, to do something that so few people actually are able to do. And I think that's probably, as I get older, what's cool too, is to be lucky and fortunate. I mean, of course, we're kind of beat up from our military time and life, and a lot of people are, but that's what's cool, is to just be active and to push yourself a little bit to do those things. So I think that's the sense I get of just like, I mean, it's kind of all crazy because I never thought I'd do any of these things.
Yeah.
And would you just ask me after that?
Man.
Sorry.
What's your training program?
That's a great question too. So the best to me training program is to run consistently, no matter what it is, right? Like, let's say if I go back to the military, right? If I'm trained to a mile and a half, meaning or tested, where the mile and a half run time is the measurement of how fast you can run that mile and a half. To me, the more I did more of that, right? Like 3 miles, 5 miles, 6 miles. When I did a mile and a half, it became different, right? Easier, or, improving my time. So I think for me, it just depends what I'm training for, if anything, of what my training cycle or plan is. So far in general, like I've wanted to do kind of longer distance runs. So, if you're going to kind of train for a certain race, more of a I say real race, but, more of like a marathon thing or a half marathon or extreme things like that, you should be kind of running enough to be ready for that race to where you can do whatever your goal is, right? So for me, I never, it's not always the same training plan. The best thing is to train to run, right? So that for me, I need probably to go back and kind of start weightlifting more than I do now, I had done that in the past, but right now, it's kind of running a certain amount of time a week to pace on what is coming up in the future and what my goals are.
Does this happen to you? Like, I've heard these people say this, like, you're a runner, right? And suppose for whatever reason you don't run for a week, you almost got like this itch, like, man, like this man, I haven't run for a week. What am I doing? Like it's almost like I don't say an addiction, almost like addiction, right?
Yeah, it is. And I mean, I think even which comes up today, right? We ran yesterday, and in your mind, you're like, okay, you took a little time off to recover, and then you want to kind of go right back at it. And, you know, again, it goes back to everything we talked about earlier, like the runner high. Well, as you say, runner high, but like, I think why I've always bought into it so much is so much that I learned in the military that it gives you with stamina, with clarity of your mind. Other thing we didn't mention that I've always liked, even when I was in the military, was going, which I like about this race, is going to different places. You know what I mean? If I run in Seattle, it's a lot different than if I run in San Francisco or when I was in Germany or when I was in Italy, right? All these different places I've run, it's been cool to run through these towns and these places and see different things. I personally always want to run somewhere else. I hate to run the same place all the time unless it's a beautiful place, right? You know what I mean? Like if I'm in the Bay of Tampa and I'm seeing all that stuff every single day, it's okay, but I still kind of want to change it up to see different things.
So what do you tell people? There's some people out there say, hey, run is great and all, but like it's not worth the wear and tear on your limbs, right? Like you run all the time, your knees gonna go bad, your joints gonna go bad. What's your answer to that?
It's tough because I don't really know if I know the answer to that. I think that's where I wonder in my mind, like, and I did years ago, right? Like, how much can you do as a human and how long, right? And I think maybe everyone's different. I mean, it's sort of weird. My body feels broken, right? Like, you know, my back hurts, my shoulder, you know, all the things that kind of hurt. My knees have hurt pretty much probably since I was 20 something, right? Or what they call runner's knee. Maybe I don't totally know what that is. But so far, my answer hasn't been I'm not going to run anymore. I try to still do it. You get used to the pain. Well, it's just weird to say it, but you know what I mean? Like,
yeah.
So it's complicated to me to answer that question because I don't know if I know the answer. I know I'm seeking that answer. I know you probably ask a bunch of different people that are quote unquote experts in these different areas of health and nutrition and, you know, running coaches. And I think it just depends what your thought process is on.
Yeah.
I don't know if we have true data. I think it just depends on who people are. And I think kind of I've always believed it's probably more than people think you can.
So you do this. So a lot of times shit just pops in my head, right? So I have no idea if it's accurate or true, right? I was watching this TV show, right? And this guy who was an avid runner, like this dude on TV show run 100 miles a week, right? He's like kind of 45, 50 years old, like our age, right? And so he like his like let's say he's like fucking it's actually kind of fucking gross, right? So let's suppose his ankle went bad, right? He would go to the morgue. If somebody died like 10 years below, he would like pay to have the deceased dude's ankle like a transplant, right? So you ever go? I don't know if you can do that or not, right? Well, you ever go up like, man, my ankle went bad. Let me get a ankle with someone else.
Oh no, it's funny that you're saying that at all because I've never thought about those things, but now because you're bringing that up to me, I don't
know if that's true. Just a TV show.
Oh no, I don't know if it's true either. But I also wonder, like, that might be that the question you asked might be totally different in 5 or 10 years because of where we're at with not just technology, with AI, with advancements in science, and with advancement in medical procedures. So maybe in the near, you know, future for us at our age, right? Kind of, and I turned 50 this month, right? So, you know, maybe some of the things, but I think in the past I've always looked to a little bit of your last question. I've looked at who do I want to be like which runners have been runners for a long period of time and have done it at a high level and have maintained as they got older, you know. So I think that's same thing with this. It's like, okay, as advancements come, like how can I overcome the limitations maybe as, you know, because I'd be lying if I said it's easier now than it was 20 years ago to run. It isn't. It was so easier to do all the bad
things.
Military,
you woke up drunk as fuck with a hangover. Like, man, I remember one of the formations when I was listening to the Army, like, man, this formation sounds like a liquor factory.
Yeah, and I mean in Korea, right? Like, kind of joked, right? Like each night you'd be like, oh, you know, not thinking about that you got to run the next morning, and then the next morning be like, oh, I should take a day off so I don't feel so bad the next day, right? Kind of a thing, but yeah. So technology is crazy, right? I mean, off topic, we're like, suppose like, so I have a friend in Vietnam, we're from Master. This company walking augmentics. What they want to do, you know, I can never say the word coming out, like the fake arms, prosthetics. Prosthetic.
So what do you want to do is like let's suppose you need prosthetics, right? But you be able to like take a prosthetic off like change it in and out, right? It's that's crazy, right?
Yeah, it is. I mean, it would be interesting if we could just basically
Like one
like have
prosthetic-
parts, be like have this whole briefcase
Like-
bring out like with
Yeah.
comm equipment,
Like
basically.
today you
Be
went
like,
over 20 miles, so maybe your prosthetics are kind of lighter, right?
yeah, like hey, let me put on my different leg to
The
run
next
this
day
leg.
you want to lift 300 pounds, so prosthetics are like kind of stronger, right?
Yeah, it's interesting. I mean, I wonder where any of these advancements would go, and
And the thing is,
truly
like-
how many body parts. Like
Yeah,
it'd be like
like-
Transformers almost.
Like when you stop being human, right? Like
Yeah.
if you like transplanted everything in your body except your brain, are you still human? I guess you are because your brain's not transplanted. You
Yeah.
know?
It's crazy because this is stuff that feels very much more closer to reality than it did not very many years
The
ago.
Star Trek generation is going to be upon us, right?
Yeah.
It's some crazy stuff. So, what's a place you have not run yet that you want to run? Like some kind of bucket
Another
list
great
run
question.
place.
So, I mean, I love changing up in different places in the United States, but I think I've run the race that we talked about, and even in the military, which I talked about as well, in different countries. I think I've always been interested in places like Australia. I've never even been there, but I would love to not only go there, but if I went there to run there. It was cool when I first went to Hawaii. I ran, and Hawaii's beautiful. So I think places that I haven't run before would be cool to do, and I say overseas. Not that I don't want to go to some other place in the U.S. and do it, but I almost would be cool to do it somewhere else in the world. Right? It doesn't I don't have a bucket list place, but definitely right off the top of my head, a place like Australia or maybe somewhere else that there's like run a race at the Wall of China or something like that. Some kind of location or destination location, cool place to go visit and run. That'd be a place I'd want.
Does elevation really matter? Does it really matter? Like,
Oh, it
as far
matters.
as- like, suppose you ran in Mexico
Yeah.
City or Denver. That's really like
It does,
that's
100%. And that's what I talked about on my Ragnar Life podcast, kind of in the early days of doing it. Is I was kind of always testing myself against like what can I do in different places in the altitude. And I remember the first couple times when I would be living in Florida and then go to Utah and run, having not lived in Utah, at that time, I would run a leg and then the first mile throw up kind of altitude wise, right? And it's just harder to breathe, and get that breath in. So it's 100% different and even on some races where you might be on one altitude and then go quickly to a higher altitude, you definitely can feel it almost right away of the difference.
So let's suppose someone's middle age, like 30, 40, 50, whatever. They haven't done anything in physical like 20 years, out of shape, They lose their breath walking, 2 blocks, right? And they're like, man, I need to change my life. I need to start running. What should they do? What you got to lay out a quick plan for them.
Yeah, I mean, I think for them, anyone, it's just, and I think if I remember, Jelly Roll did this recently, right, where he was, and I forget how much, but maybe let's just say for sake of conversation, 400 pounds. He wanted to lose weight. He wanted to be more fit. So, and I don't know if someone told him about like, hey, I'm a runner and come with me, but he started walking. So he walked with that person a little bit each day, a little bit more, and just increased. Walked, and I'm just trying to remember some of this, but let's say he couldn't walk a mile. Then he walked a mile over a little bit of time. Then he increased it to walk 2 miles, and then walk a little bit more, and then run a little, maybe walk 2 miles. And I don't remember quite how it went, but that's the kind of general plan I would say is just slowly increase what your capability is. And we always say too, let's say if someone runs 5 miles, I've always told you could do double of what you think you can do. So if you run a half marathon, you can already, because I've told this to my daughters, you have already proven, even though your mind might not think, that you did a half marathon and you proved that you can do it now. You can actually do a marathon. You still could, you just didn't know. So I think it's that getting a plan to where it's building up the belief and the power that you have in yourself to, walk that next step, to, walk a little faster, run, light run, right? Slow run, because it's still, the act of doing it and being active. So I think maybe I'm not saying it specifically, but that's the kind of general plan I would say would be a good plan to start
I
with.
have a friend of mine, Trina Williams. She's a retired Army major like I am. And her goal is like run 1 marathon every state. I think she's at 31 right now. What she does, I think she runs 4 minutes and walks 2 minutes, right? And she doesn't care about finishing first on 100. She's like her goal, like who's supposed to do 50 marathon.
I love that you mentioned that because I think that's probably something I've even learned is I think we get caught up in this idea of you to run something you got to run the whole time, but the longer distances people run and the ultra running has become more a thing and popular, and the people that do it extremely push themselves, but as far as I know, most of them never run the whole those miles. They run, walk, cycles, and so I think it's just that concept of, you know, even if you're, and I've done that on marathons, right? You know, at some point you walk, do a walk, run, cycle. Say I'm gonna walk for the next half a mile. Then I'm gonna. It's just kind of saving up some of your ability to be, you know, better in the long run than you would think you would be by just running the whole thing slower, if that makes sense.
And then how do you prepare for conditions, right? For example, like here in Seattle, the Seattle big city Seattle marathon is like the last week of November, right? I remember like a few years ago it was the marathon. All the streets had like nothing but like ice everywhere, right? Like man, like how do you run on ice, right? So the kids didn't have the right shoes, they're slipping and sliding, falling down, right? Like
what's so funny that we're talking about this because for me, I've been like kind of a bitch. So I like to push myself in those environments, but I prefer to never be anywhere where I'm running in the snow if I can help it or the ice. But I think to what you were saying a little bit, I mean, I think you just proper equipment, right? Like in general. So what's the best shoe to wear in a certain environment? Or what's the best? I mean, clearly clothes and stuff, right? But if it's colder, same thing. Your muscles are going to be more. You know, you might have more muscle issues. You know, you just gotta be mindful of where you're running, and you know if it's wet, you know, making sure you change your socks out and things like that. I mean, I think those are always the concerns. Is like, and that's actually back to the race we were talking about. The cool thing about a Ragnar race, if you run enough of them in enough places, which I've run upwards of maybe, let's just say for math purposes 80, but I think it's probably between 70 and 90. When you run that many races all over the United States in all different months and all different terrain, you're gonna have downpours, you know, cold. I remember one night, like it was so cold, then I think this was the Southern California trail race. It was like, I forget what month, maybe November. It was so cold at night, I think it got down to like maybe between 28 and 32. My pillow was frozen solid, right? You know, so it's those things, you just have those different, or actually we can go back to the military, right? Like you were in the army, but I was in a joint unit in my last 5, but like if you didn't get to choose, but like, hey, we can't run it. We can't go out today because it's too cold or too hot. You know what I mean? Like I've lived in so many different conditions and ran outside in all of them. So, I mean, I think it's one of those things that you just kind of have to adjust for knowing what it is and talk to people that know what they're doing.
Totally running across, right? Like suppose you're a runner, right? And suppose you're running somewhere it's like 30, 40 degrees, right? You have like your winter clothes on, whatever. You start running like, man, it's fucking hot as fuck. And like you fucking like decide to take your jacket and sweatpants off and throw them to the side, right? Are you pretty much like have those clothes that been lost, or like people come like pick them up and put them like a lost or found or something, you know?
Well, that's also to me an interesting question. Like I haven't the kind of races I've ever run. That's just not something I've ever tried to do. Like, but we call it support. If you have support people, like I try to always know what I'm going to have on and just leave it on for the most part. But if I ever need to take a shirt off or a sweatshirt or things like that, or a layer, right? Yeah. Layer up and layer down.
No, those running clothes are not cheap, right?
No, but to me, it's not even about the money. Like, I don't know. It just feels like not something that, like, in my mind, not wanting to just throw something and then somebody else has to come pick it up, right? Okay. So for me, so far on the kind of races I've run, I've never just thrown it. I'm sure people do. I've seen, you know, and there's different kind of races where that's more applicable than others, right? Or if you're just running day to day and it's just a normal running thing that you do, you're not going to usually take something off and throw it, you know, because you just hold it in your hand or adjust to it. But, you know, I mean, I think for me, it's never usually, I mean, it's probably money is part of the condition, but like, or part of the consideration for me, but it's not, it's more, if I had that shirt or that thing, I probably like it or want it. You know?
So what's y'all's next race you're going to do?
So I don't really have any races this year planned out that I know of, other than the Florida Trail. I'm going to run Florida Trail for the same race that I just talked about, the Ragnar Relay. Actually had a great time this past weekend, so I might look. A lot of it depends on my schedule. As you know, we're going to talk about in a minute, but with Military CreatorCon, where I used to do this race a lot each year. Last year, kind of a little bit of the year before, going into last year, and then into this year for sure. Our focus was already on Military CreatorCon, but because we were going from doing it in Orlando with another conference to on its own in Dallas, not knowing even where we're going to do it last year, and also I help out with other events, right? I get paid to help and do other events. So with my schedule last year, I just didn't. I ran one of those races because it was in Florida, and that's where I was all year. So I say that to say, I think so far going into even this year, the reason I love this race, and I hate to miss it. I missed it last year, but this year the reason I ran it was a specific team that I like to run with, had said they were running the race. So because I just did it, I think my mind was like, hey, I want to look. So it'll be long story short, it'll be schedule dependent, but we got a lot of stuff still. Pretty busy year for planning out.
So these people you run with, like, is it the same people every time? Does the team change up, or like, do you know these people? You have good friends. It's like, just 12 running people show up and run a race.
Yes, all that. That's what's cool. So that's actually what I did. Like the first couple times I ran this race was our military unit. One Air Force guy had run it before and told our Army commander about it, and I was a good runner in the military. So they're like, hey, VP, you got to do this race with us. And I'm like, let me get this straight. I'm going to pay money. We're running as a group 5 days a week for the most part, right? Individually at PT. So I'm like, I'm going to pay money to be on not just Friday, which is our normal day of work, but then Saturday on the weekend. I'm going to run 2 days straight in a van with you guys. Why would I do that? So to go from that to now be running this kind of race all over the place is kind of crazy. But like, even though in the first few times it was military unit, then when I was getting out, I was like, oh, I want to meet new people. So I just mentioned I ran on a team that I met 2 years ago in my Facebook group, the Ragnar Life Facebook group. Really hit it off with them and really loved, and stayed in touch. Was supposed to run, so they run as a group in different, not always the same, like different race series. Not even the Ragnar. They last year did a different kind of race, and like I had a scheduling conflict, or I would have done it with them last year. So like we just ended, last night into this morning. So we're already talking about with that team, where will we do it next? So to me, it's always been dependent on. It's hard because I'm a relational guy, as you know. We become good friends over the years. I get a team I like and I like to run, but I also like to change it up because that's how I've met different people. And, so I think you just have different people that if you need 12 people, it's hard to get 12 people that stay consistent, that are on the team from when they say they're going to do it to the end for different reasons. So I think the variables, there's just so many variables, at least specifically for Ragnar Relay. So for me, I've just tried my best to, as time has gone, is to always change it up, to meet new people and to have that different experience. But
so before we move on, anything else you want to talk about as far as running, or anything regarding running?
No, I mean, I think it's again, for me, I've just always bought in with, and I know swimming is a good exercise for cardiovascular, but if you had told me, which I've said this on my own podcast, on other podcasts, and I'll always say it, if I would have never thought I'd be doing a race like this, let alone being a quote unquote runner.
You're like, get the blank out of here.
It's really hard to identify myself, even to this day, as saying I'm a runner, even though probably technically to people am.
I mean, because you don't have to run a body. Most people run like something like 5'8", 5'9", 145 pounds.
Yeah. Well, and it's that, but it's also, I mean, there isn't really like the interesting thing about runners is there's all different types and shapes and sizes of runners. I think for me though, it's just the fact of, just buying in, right? Like to the good that it does for you. So it's just cool to have it be a part of my life where I it's just a cool group of people. It's helps you with life, and you mentioned a little bit, which we're going to kind of go into business stuff probably a little bit, but it helps you in life. It helped us in the military, like push through things that you thought you couldn't do and things like that. So I kind of want to close with that, with what we're talking about, of just so much that it's taught me over the years, and continues to, and cool people that are actually pushing their limits, and younger people kind of coming behind us to do, kind of be and learn the different things that we're learning as runners. So
nice. So next, we both retired from the military in 2015, right? And so when I retired, people were like, hey, Jason, like, get a job as a contractor, military gun. Like, man, I was like, my mind, I don't want to be major captain the rest of my life, right? I want a clean break. And I kind of think you were the kind of same way, right? Like, when you retired, you kind of want a clean break from the Air Force. Can you talk about that?
yeah, absolutely, and thanks for that question. I love that question. So for me, I think it started with the fact I didn't go in the military thinking I was going to do it for 20 years. Number one. Number two, when I did get to a point to where I knew I was committed to at least 10, I'd always said if I went 10, I was going to go 20. But I also said, not good or bad, I had worked with so many people I loved, as contractors and things that had been prior military. But I said from a very early age in the military, within the first 2-3 years, like if I ever was at that point, I wanted to do something else. So for so many years of going through the Air Force time, I loved it in the military and I loved everything I did. But I'd always said, I want to go, I don't know what it'll be, but I want to do something else when I get out. I didn't want to do IT.
Yeah.
I kind of I knew, and it's weird, recently I heard, kind of like start, if you don't quite know where you want to go, start with what you don't want, And I guess that was kind of the answer for me. Over the years, I knew I wanted to do business. I loved business even before I went in the military. I had family members and good friends that had done businesses, and were getting out of the military and doing business. So I knew the path I was on was to do business. I just didn't know what kind. But I also knew I never wanted, I wanted my security clearance to lapse. And it wasn't because I didn't like what I was doing. I loved it. And I was a little bit knowing I had other things I wanted to do that were bigger than that. But I know now, and a few months ago at Military Creator Con, it was a culmination of everything, all the decisions I made, at least since 2014, or some of that, what I'm talking about. So I got to a destination that I was going towards, but it was very much ambiguous to some degree. But I knew, again, like I said, what I didn't want. I knew when I got out, I didn't want to work for the government anymore. I didn't want to, do what I'd done in the military anymore. So I kind of walked away from both IT in a sense, sort of, right? I use my IT background clearly for podcasting like we're doing, and other things for the events that I do. But from a standpoint of what I did kind of day to day in the military, comm wise, kind of walked away from that world and the government world to definitely, and I think part of it, which is probably similar, I also wanted to kind of design life the way I wanted to live it, which is kind of cool. I've really reflected now. It's like, that's kind of to me true freedom. I was never motivated by a dollar amount, right? Strictly. So I always felt like the money would be there no matter what, because of so many, not just because of me, but just because of the things I'd already done and known, right? I did electrical work growing up. So I had a trade background. And even now, right? Not that I'm wanting to do IT, but if I had to do IT again, I could go back to it. So I think I had enough things that if I had to do, I could do. So for me, it was always, my motivation was more, and maybe from the military too, like I always felt like we were doing something that was bigger than ourselves. And so I knew I wanted to do some kind of business that would make a bigger impact and really kind of live life on my own terms, to where I didn't need a vacation from the life, like get some days off, nor did I want to have to ask for somebody to, I kind of said, to myself after I got out of the military, I was like, the days of me trying to take time off from said work, I was like, those days for me, I want it to be done.
Yeah. So next, let's talk about military transition, right? You both retired in 2015, and we'll break this down between retirees and veterans. I think it's two different things, right? I just think like military transition, hopefully it's gotten better, right? I remember when I went to military transition in the Army, it's like we have like this, I think it's called TAP for life, whatever. It'd be like me and my major, E4 for 2 years, or colonel, something like, and like we all want to do different things. Like how do you like do that all at the same time, right? Another thing I think a lot of military veterans mess up is like, or military retirees, whatever. They're like, okay, I retire, I'm gonna get 50% of my money. No, you're not. That fucking house don't count, right? And the mistake I think a lot of veterans, military people make, they're like, and they buy a house or car. Like, man, like, why are you adding bills, right? And then they have to find a job they don't fucking like. And then I think the stat is still like most military people, they have 2 jobs in 2 years, right? Like, I tell everyone they can, like, obviously it depends on economic situation, right? If you can, like, take some time off, right? Like, I was a dummy. I had a job within my terminal leave, right? But no one does that, right? They
Well,
all
it's
have a rush.
interesting, and I love where you're going a little bit, but I want to kind of interject in that because I think, and I just saw the person a few weeks ago that told me this advice. So I had a couple of people I'd worked with. One was prior Air Force as a contractor, and she just retired from being a contractor, and her husband was active duty and had retired. He had told me just before, maybe within the last year or two before I got out, something that's related to what you said, and that was the best advice that I really, even though I said everything, like I knew. He's like the, and I got what he meant. Like, especially you and I were both kind of senior people at the end of our career. You know, you did 24 years, if I remember right, 25, and I did 20, right? So at those, going into those points, you and I and a bunch of other people knew, right? Like the trend of all of us was going to be to immediately, we were already trained to like, okay, what's next, right? It, if we're honest with ourselves, it wasn't that we didn't want to take time off in the military, but we were just conditioned to never really be in our mind off, right? Like it was always okay, like in the back of your mind, okay, like in
what's
2
the
months,
next mission? What's the next job?
What's next? So what do we have to get ready for? So I think what this person said, this retired guy had told me, which was great advice related to what you just said, is he said, it'll, you know, you only have this time period once. And I really understood what he meant at that time. He's like, take quite a bit of time off to really truly clear your mind.
Yeah.
And, you know, do what it clearly is you want to do after that.
Go from Major Canvas to being just fucking Jason.
Yeah. So in a good way, you know, we'll talk about it probably a little bit more. It did lead to what I ended up doing with Military Creator Con and events. I mean, the other thing I talked about running earlier, that I never thought I'd do that in my lifetime, or be a runner, right, and run all these races. Definitely never thought I would grow up and quote unquote do events. Or halfway in the military, if you'd have told me, hey, you know, James and Jason are hanging out. Hey, Jason tells James, hey, you're gonna go get out and do events for a living. I'd be like, you're nuts. You know what I mean? Like I just didn't. It wasn't that I don't. I just didn't. Events wasn't even in my purview in my mind. Like I'm not. I knew what they were, but I'd never known anybody that did that. So I didn't. It was, you don't know what you don't know. But then as I got out and in the direction I went in that time period, I was starting to already help someone do events and get other people that wanted me to help them do their events, that was training me to do the event we just did. So
one thing I kind of hate about I like having the Army, right? In the Army, they're like, suppose like Sergeant John Bob, hey, I think about getting out. And people, the leaders, the leaders, like, hey, if you get out, you're gonna be unemployed, homeless, you're gonna fail. The Army's the only life you can have, right? I always had that mindset. The leadership in the Army, at least the Army, right? Like they're always like, hey, like they kind of like, you know, like, I can't say the word, but like not peer pressure, like kind of like guilted you to stay in the military, right? Or you're gonna fail. Like, man, if you're like successful in the military, you're gonna make it in the outside world, right? And one thing I don't think Army gets enough credit for is two things, like the diversity of the military, right? I worked so many people, so many backgrounds in the military, and then in the military, at least one time in your military career, you stood up in front of people and gave a fucking class, right? You could be E1, E2, E3. You're gonna get up in front of people and public speak, right? And I don't think the military gets enough credit for those two things:
That's
diversity and public speaking.
No, I love that, and that's interesting. And I do. I mean,
what do you want to do next?
Let's do Elijah. Let's do Elijah next. So I'll tell you, I love where you're even going with what we're talking about, because it has me thinking. I mean, I think a lot of what we're doing at Military Creator Con is actually working to some degree to change some of these mindsets, because I think it doesn't matter which branch, right? And I was in a joint unit at the end, which gave me a little bit of preview of working around Marines, around for sure Army, which you were, right, but also which one? Navy. I was like, which one am I leaving out? But it's kind of the government, right? But we all thought that. I mean, I think you or I would be lying, or at least I'll speak for me, right? Like I was kind of drinking that same Kool-Aid, because you know, you're kind of like, are you sure you want to? it was always just try to protect the other person. Like we weren't like trying to be like, oh, the Air Force is the only way to go, but it was like a known world. And when people would be like, hey, you know, I'm going to kind of go this other direction and kind of walk away from maybe a few more years where they could have a retirement or different things that we as trainers or as mentors and supervisors and things were kind of trained a certain way to help other people later. It was just kind of the company line and the things we were doing, but I think in a cool way from a military and a creator perspective, which we'll probably talk about a little bit more. I think it goes into a lot of what we're talking about is, you know, there's just so many things, and that is the fear I think that people are having. And actually, if I'm being honest, when I was getting out, I was a little bit afraid at that time period to tell people I'm getting out and I have no idea what I'm gonna do next. Yeah. And it was easier to kind of tell them, oh, I'm going to go to school and figure it. You know what I mean? Like anything but say, I have no idea what you're going to do for the reasons you're talking about. We're going to be like, oh, you're again going to be homeless. You should be a contractor, you know, everything we talked about earlier. But I think for me, for sure, when I was getting out, I think that was the luxury I felt I had is I was playing with house money to me. I had so much experience and background. I was never going to be homeless or on the street if I didn't want to be. I mean, kind of nomadic. So people already view me kind of as a vagabond really to begin with, and you know where some people get out and quote unquote settle down. Just that concept I've realized as the years have gone, I maybe want to settle down when I'm in the grave. You know, at this point, you know, as I'm turning 50, I just want to travel and be involved with these things more.
My thing is like, you know, obviously retiring from the military is a great thing, right? So if someone's listening at 56 years, definitely retire, right? Because it gives you so many advantages, right? Like you can play with house money, like you get free VA healthcare. So there's definitely benefits of being retired, right? Or even when you do 60 in the military, like I know people do 60 in the military, like they're able to transfer the GI Bill to their kids. Like there's so many benefits in the military. Like I seen a social media post somewhere, and like someone said, hey, advice no one's gonna want to hear about it. If you're mid-30s and your life's kind of fucked up, like join the military, right? Like the military is a good life change. Like I grew up poor, like homeless sometimes, like. The military gave me my family a fucking middle class living, right? We have middle class living right now, right? So military can be it's definitely an option for you, right? So I don't like I think like I'm like, you know, I don't join the military like all the
100%.
But the military had now of course you might go to Afghanistan or not, right? You know, like
yeah.
But yeah. But
well, and I mean I think I like what you're saying as well, and I definitely hopefully it's not coming across that I'm you know kind of against military service. And I kind of always joke, right? We always do about the different branches. I mean, I was fortunate enough to be in the Air Force. Air Force is there's a lot of great things the Air Force does. I loved being in the Air Force, and I'm very much still a proponent of the Air Force. You know, I think you kind of can't go wrong with any branch, right? To go in the military, as you were saying. And even what's cool is I guess, we're kind of always mentors, but like the state of or the place I am in my life right now, and I was just running this race. Like when you talk to people that are kind of coming behind you that aren't in the military, and I start to tell them things I've learned, it's kind of cool but crazy how many things I can now realize came out of because I served. But I don't think it matters when you serve. So to your point, I think, you know, and I think even I've got kids. I say, you know, my older young adults right now, right? My 24, I have a 20-year-old girl and a almost 28-year-old daughter. And there's nothing against that they didn't go in the military, but let's say about a year ago, right? Like I met this girl that had just got out of the Army, that went in the Army at 18 and got out at whatever age that was the same age as my youngest daughter. And yeah, I know we're doing a podcast and it's not there, but like I would say it to my daughter, like it was night and day different. I could see the difference between someone who did 5 years in the Army, and it didn't matter what they did in the Army. Yeah. And you and I know that because we were in and served, right? And people listening might not understand this that haven't been in the military, or even my daughter, right? But it's not anything against someone who doesn't go in, to include my own daughter, right? That didn't, but it's the things you already know and we talked about earlier, because at 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, not just the Army, whether it's the Army, whether it's the Air Force, whether it's the Navy, you're going to be given more responsibility and doing more things by those ages than you may ever get for like 10 or 15 years sometimes somewhere else.
I mean, perfect example, like, suppose there's one kid, he goes to the Army or RTC, he gets the commission, right? He's joins the military, right? He's gonna be put in charge of a platoon with maybe 30, 40 people, hundreds of millions of equipment. At 22, right? If you're 22 and get a job at Microsoft, you might be in charge of fucking like taking the trash out, right? I mean, the amount of responsibility we give 20-year-old kids in the military, and then even a platoon sergeant, like the amount of money, and so like man, so I'm popping in my head again, right? So this on social media one time. This one guy, he was like, something like, man, I don't understand it. I've signed like $55 million for the equipment, like build a trolley, stuff, blah blah, but I'm not allowed to have a toaster oven in my barracks room.
Yeah.
And to me, that's the perfect military analogy, right?
Yeah.
Charge other equipment, you can't have a toaster oven in your room, right?
Yeah, I mean, I just think we know why, but like,
why?
And I think it's not just that though. Like, and I can speak for the Air Force, right? We talked about this a little bit, and the self development that the Air Force kind of does and teaches you, or every branch, like you have the next level school. They're always kind of training you for where the level they want you to be at.
Yeah.
And never one day in the military, any of the branches, are they asking you, hey, do you want to supervise people?
Yeah.
They're like, you will be supervising people, and not just one or two, you know what I mean? Like as many as they can give you, as fast as they can give it to you.
In the Army, as soon as you spend on E4, they start training you to be a supervisor.
But what's cool is, and I believe it's every branch, but I'll speak for the Air Force because that's the branch I was in. They gave you the tools to do it, and they showed you more and more and more how to do it. And the higher level you got, the more you learned to manage multi-layer equipment and people and budgets and all the things, right? So I think, and I guess maybe it's not a fair equivalent for me to have never been in the public sector for all those years, but I just don't, there's very few things to me that you can get the level of training that you and I got.
Yeah.
And I think it's cool that you and I are talking, right? Like we did, I think, a similar time frame in the world. And so you and I both know, right? I never was in the, an officer, but you were probably enlisted officer. So you were enlisted and officer. I was enlisted all the way to senior NCO level, right? And like look at the world. I served from 95 to 2015. Yeah. Like the amount of things I was involved with and the places I went and the things I did, like I'd be lying, I think, like, what would I have possibly done to get all that experience if I didn't go in the military? I know for me, like, I think I'm still figuring out how much ahead and advantage I have over people I know that even were in the military, but just not as long, right? So I think that's what's cool is the advantage we have as and I say military, and I hate to be this way too, but like in the Air Force or probably in any branch, we right now, the United States of America has the best military the world's ever seen.
Easily, yeah.
You know what I mean? And it's crazy even for me in the Air Force to think back to the Air Force isn't that old, that I've served so many percentage of what the Air Force has even existed for the United States.
One thing that's funny, I remember being in the Army and we were joking around like, man, if we're the best military, how fuck is everyone else, right?
Yeah.
So you do the military, like, doesn't work well, like something doesn't happen right, man, like.
Well, but the other thing, though, I mean, that's which is an interesting way.
How fucked is everyone else?
Which is interesting way of saying it, but I think in a good way. I've always hoped. We always had said that concept of, and even in business, you talk about like kind of standing, having mentors, standing on the shoulders of giants. Yeah. But I think with the United States military, I think in a good way, we're always just bettering ourselves, right? And. It's not a conversation for a different day. We're not really talking about the NCO corps and all this thing and this because I mean, as you know, right, like that's why they believe, I mean, the best leadership thing in the world is the United States military as well, right, as you know. But there's reasons we are what we are, but what's cool to me is, and where I was going with this point is, I think we constantly want to improve and get better and be better generally as a military and as a country. Yeah. And I think that's what encourages me and what I believe kind of separates us.
So one thing I would tell any military people who might be listening, right? If you're in the military right now, man, you have to take advantage of what you have going on. Like do the tuition assistance, do the training, do the classes. Like they give you opportunity. Like when I was stationed in Fort Lewis, right, and we had this guy. I mean, Sergeant Smith, right? E5, great soldier, like expert on a weapon, passed the PT test, knew his job well. But every time we tried to do training, like he would like turn it down, right? Now I'd be in a family, right? Like, man, we're trying to get you promoted, man. Like you got to do this trip, but he refused to do it, right? Because his family's more important. Like nothing wrong with that, but like there's so many things you do in the military, like just take advantage of it, right? Don't be like 9 to 5 soldier. Like another thing too, and this is like not military, but also like in any kind of job, like be in. I don't hate the word indispensable. Like do different things, right? Like I'm making this. Like suppose you work at an XY company, you do marketing. Volunteer to do a product for sales. Volunteer to do a product for HR, right? Like let people know how valuable you are to the organization.
Yeah, and I think in a good way. I mean, I believe it's a little bit of what you're talking about right now is, and I'm probably sure it was that like that for you for 25 years in both being an officer and enlisted in the Army, and then me in the Air Force. In a cool way, the Air Force calls it whole person concept. They didn't want you to just do like let me I was a IT kind of let's say I work on laptops, right? Because you have a laptop right there. It wasn't like, okay, cool, for 20 years, the only thing you're going to do is work on laptops or supervise people that work on laptops, right? That was never what the Air Force was going to do. It's like, okay, now we want you to be a teacher. We want you to go over here. Like there was a path that was giving you different backgrounds of doing, hey, we need people for honor guard. We need people to lead honor guard. So there was all these other things, or even in deployed locations, right? Like, hey, we need people to volunteer to help with medical, because medical is a little bit over, not saturated because it sounds well, you know what I mean? Like they don't have enough bodies, so we need people to help. So then you would volunteer to help with that, like security forces. Hey, you need people to help. So in a cool way, as I look back for 20 years, I did so many different things, not just in my own job. Like you know what I mean? You were learning so many other things based on kind of being interested in other things, and sometimes not voluntold or volunteering, but that part doesn't really matter. To your point, I think as I look back and saw the ability to do so many different things, and even inside my job, right, to be, because as you know, right, depending on which duty station you're at, in a comm, are you fixed or are you mobile or mobility and tactical and things like that. So, I think by being in deployments and going to other countries and having different systems and processes, you just learn, to your point, so many different things. And I would absolutely agree with that. Like for people to be curious and learn more things about other jobs and other things in the job that maybe other people don't say you should know.
Yeah, I think people underestimate the power of being curious. I would say one of the skill you need to have, you need to be curious. I think it's a great skill to have, being curious. And so I think I told James the story before, but to me, this is a perfect example between the difference between the Army and the Air Force, right? So I was a lieutenant in a respawn in Germany, right? And we had like 20, like for the we had like 15 Air Force people come, like, right? And so we put up in the respawn Army lodging, right? Army lodging, we had like military families stay there for months at a time to find a house, right? These Air Force jokers there for like one day and like, we're gonna move up. What do you mean? Yeah, this is substandard. Like, what the fuck is this substandard, right? Like, we have military families stay here, like, well, you're fucking your family's over because it's substandard housing, right? And they moved to our post. Like,
yeah, I mean, I always kind of joke, but I always would say, we all walked down the same hallway and had a decision to make, and I chose Air Force for a reason, right? And with the 5-star treatment, but I think in a cool way, like quality of life was more of a focus for the Air Force than it was other branches. So I think in a cool way, I sort of joke, but we got the luxury of being like, oh no, like that might be quote unquote Army standards, but like, wait, we don't roll that way. We're a little higher class. So
yeah, it's like, man, like the Army will like eat like any kind of food, like Air Force.
And y'all loved us for it,
Yeah.
I mean, I remember Korea for sure. There were, and the Air Force was just, we talked about running earlier, just kind of implementing when I was in Korea the running, running a mile and a half for the PT test. But and of course, I was stationed at Camp Humphreys, which was an Army installation, so there was not very many Air Force people at their Army installation, and we would always hear, because we used to have the bike test, so it'd be like, oh yeah, blah blah blah, you can't run, and
Air Force do PT test by
Chair Force and all the things.
Air Force PT test by simulation. I gotta go online take my PT test.
So getting paid extra money to live in the substandard living that was the Army's living definitely didn't make the Army big fans of us. So.
Yeah, it's all good though. It's just so funny, right? How to me it's crazy how each branch has different living standards, right?
Yeah. The autonomy that each branch has and the different levels of what is prioritized where is definitely something. And I mean, I think what my general understanding always was on the Air Force side was, that kind of everything was based on pilot pilots and you know resources and a certain level for the pilot world, you know, and aircraft world. So you know, I don't really.
Army is based on instrument.
Yeah, and I don't know if that really is where it drives on the quality. You know, that's never something I've never really actually gone back and researched at all. But I'm not sure where the quality of life part came for the Air Force to give it such priority. But I definitely was a recipient of it, and I definitely knew kind of from day one. And actually, I've told this on other podcasts as well, but almost went in the Air Force. I'm sorry, the Navy, and luckily didn't. And I say that for me personally because not that there's anything wrong with the Navy and that I wouldn't have known any different, but I thought going into it that the Army and Navy, I'm sorry, Air Force and Navy were similar. I think the good thing for me about the Air Force was a couple things, especially for my personality and who I am, is Navy has so many years of tradition, which was a big difference, and the Air Force, I always kind of joked, is run like a corporation and is as close to you can be to a civilian and still be military. But it's really just like whole quality of life thing. And having been in the Air Force working with Navy, it made me realize quickly that I made the right decision for me.
I mean, that's the just like the standard of living, the mess halls, the dining facilities. Like you go to Air Force, you go to Army like a dining facility. Like man, it's like okay, it's edible. Air Force, what in the world's going on here? Like you got real like chefs in here. Like you know what's going on.
And I always joked. I mean, you know, because a friend of mine, Jeffrey Lodick from the Army, pulled a lot of the people in our joint unit into the Army, you know, switched from the Air Force to the Army to be warrant officers and pilots and stuff for aircraft pilots. But, or I guess just warrants in general. But I was sort of, my mantra was the best day in the Army, I'm sorry, the worst day in the Air Force is always going to be better than the best day in the Army. That's what was the saying I always loved to rattle off. But
yeah, that's true. All right, so staying on veterans, right? Of course, being a veteran is a good thing or whatever, but this can be kind of controversial, right? And it's in my opinion, right? I think there's a lot of veterans out there, they have the wrong attitude, right? I think a lot of veterans out there are like, oh, I served 4 years. The United States owes me a living the rest of my life, right? Or like, I'm a veteran, I deserve a job. I don't know if I agree with that, right? Because like a lot of veterans, like, they have this like, this so entitlement attitude, right? You know, I serve my country, right? Yeah, you did, but man, like you still have to like put work in. You still have to do stuff, right? Like no one owes you anything, I don't think, right?
yeah, I mean, I think that's an interesting thought and concept. And I mean, to me, it's not whether it's a controversial thing or not a controversial thing. I think the way I think of it right now is because I mean, I think the term kind of entitlement and entitlement mentality is thrown around a lot, right? And I think, you know, kind of even when we were in the military and thought about, oh, the younger generation is this or that. And then, you know, whether people are, you know, kind of the younger generation entitled or not entitled kind of a mindset. I mean, I think for me, it's what you hit on at the end of what you said. I think you should, I mean, and I didn't really know this until recently, and this might even sound weird to say right now, you know, kind of publicly this way, but I never felt like a overachiever or a high achiever, right? Like I didn't know any other way. I was trained a certain way. I got in the military, and I'd be lying if I said, you know, 18, 19, 20, I was perfect at this, but at a certain point when I was wanting to be there day to day, and because you know early on, I'm sure every point of a career you're like, nah, I don't want to do this anymore. Like, you know, left this and whatever. But for me, you know, it's like I only want to do what I was doing and be good at it and get better at it and improve and go, you know, be bigger and bigger and better. But you know what I mean, like be improved. But I think to what you said, I don't think anybody with any background should be expecting something. Like I think that's just never the way to look at it. So I think it kind of transcends that concept of whether, in other words, whether someone has been 4 years in college or 4 years in the military. I think both of those people should still try to work hard and never be owed anything, no matter what their education is or no matter what their military background was, as far as owed is concerned. But I think it's, you know what I mean? I think generally speaking, I viewed the sacrifice that anyone does to do military service versus almost anything else, I think is a different kind of conversation. And it's not trying to minimize firefighters or public servants or other areas of what people do.
The firefighters didn't go into fucking.
But there's
the
just
world.
something different about ultimately, even if you don't do it, signing up to do what a military service does in the United States military. You know, and I remember even from my own career, like I didn't go in the Air Force to go truly fight.
Yeah.
Like that's the Marines. In my mind, I was like, that's other branches.
No
like
one thinks they're joining the military to go fight somewhere. Yeah.
I wasn't thinking I was going to do that anyway, but I say default, but not about it. Like whether I knew it or not, that's what I was doing. And the fact that someone is willing to do that and to do that for a living, I just think, yes, some of those other things we talked about are similar, but not. It's just not the same to me. Like I think. And maybe I'm not trying to be controversial when I say this either. It's just kind of as my like I've always kind of felt, even if I didn't do it, I would hope I would feel this way. But obviously because I was in the military, and it's not to take away because a lot of military people do these other things that we're talking about. I mean, that's some of the other public, like a police officer or a firefighter is close to equivalent, but by going so many months somewhere else and giving up stuff you can never get back in your life, even if you don't die for your country, is just different. Like there's really nothing else like that. Like you're literally saying, hey, I'll give up my rights and my free time and my free ability to do these other things and these other jobs. Because yes, it was a job, but it was some more than a job. You're literally giving up your life. You're saying, I will die and give up my life, period. Day 1, day 5, day 100, month, year 5, year 100, I'm sorry, 10, to actually possibly die. So to me, and I'm not trying to kind of over dramatize it, but I'm just saying, so I can see, so I bring this all the way back to say, I think, yes, there's some level, I'm glad there's the benefits and those things that are established and have been given. So I think that's in a different category. So yes, you already have those things, but you're not owed anything. Like I don't think anyone's ever owed anything in that sense. You know what I mean? So I think it's a complex conversation about, but yeah, definitely. I think we all probably were there, right? Like pretty quickly in my career when I'd already gone different places. Like I'm like already feeling a certain way of like, oh, like did all these things, like what might not have been entitlement, but you felt like you were kind of separating yourself from other people you were around. But I don't think that should translate and be like, okay, when I get out, you should just hire me because this is what I did. I mean, you really need to still work. But I think it goes back to a different conversation, right? Which I think you and I probably both believe similar to where there's only a few things as a human being at any point. You're either getting better or getting worse. You're never staying the same. So I think you should be getting better anyway. And I think that comes back to what we're talking about because you're still... whatever you want to do, you shouldn't your attitude shouldn't be like, I'm deserve something. If you're really trying to be better, those two things to me don't go together anyway, no matter what you did. Does that make sense?
Yeah, so let's talk about this, right? So I think a lot of people, they think, military is like a sacrifices, right? But I think they think, military deployments, being away from your family or whatever, all that kind of stuff, going to war. But to me, this is a sacrifice I don't think most people realize, right? Like when my family, we did like 25 years in the military, right? My kids did eight schools in 12 years, right? But like my kids' grandparents, aunts, uncles never saw anything they did, right? None of the games, none of the plays. Me and my wife never seen niece and nephews anything they did, right? Not anytime in my career did any of our family come spend Christmas, Thanksgiving with us, like none of that, right? Like I don't think the sacrifice people don't realize. Like when you go to the military, right? It's like a separate family, right? Like the military becomes your family, right? It's like like my kids' grandparents never saw them play baseball or football or baseball, right? It's like that thing that people don't realize, like that connection is gone, right?
Yeah, I think that's an interesting thing too. And I think as I hear you say that, it's at least for me, and I reflect back, I think I only learn more and more what I sacrificed, if that makes sense. So to what you're saying. So, and I would do it all over. And I want to be really clear. I've always said it, no matter what, for good or for bad, I would do everything I did already, in my career. I would do it all over again, not just do it. I would do more. I would probably go, kind of, didn't know what special forces, but something to where it's like only serving kind of more and giving up more. But I think I don't want to say the price you pay, but like I have realized as I've gotten older and through certain life experiences that, kind of how much it really did cost me
Yeah.
to serve, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
And I would, and
And
by the way, and I don't want to only say,
were your kids in the military? Were kids with you in the military?
yeah. So, well, my, let me see, my oldest was born 3 years into my career,
Okay.
and my youngest was born. It would have been about a little over 6
That's
years.
sometimes I kind of struggle with one. So sometimes my kids were 3 kids. Like we lived in Texas, Germany, Italy, Korea, Kansas, like Washington, all these different places, right? Like, did that give them a better atmosphere, a better background to be successful life, or would it better like just stay in one neighborhood and like live the same place for 12 years? Like, what would have given them a better avenue for being more successful, right? Like, sometimes I struggle with that, you know.
Yeah, and I think it's interesting for you and I to talk because we have a similar, like, we're close enough in age and close enough in the background experience to where that's part of probably what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
Like, as I reflect on things like you're talking about, right, of where I watch my kids kind of be in life and my own kind of family life situation, kind of generally speaking, my relationship with my brothers, my relationship with my parents, all the things that I kind of feel like I could trace back to realize how much military service kind of changed all those factors. Yeah. And I'm still kind of trying to wrap my head around. It's not a good or bad, but I mean, like, I think it impacted it. I think I'm only realizing more and more how that was part of what I gave up and what changed of having those
one thing
companies.
Like my oldest daughter, right? And so she did junior high visa in Germany. And 3 years ago, they were like doing like a junior high reunion for people with visa in Germany, right? Like they have friends like over the world, right? Which, I mean, that's cool, right? I mean, like,
yeah. Well, and I mean, I think that's the positive. I mean, I think for 100%, I know my kids are better off than they realize compared to maybe other kids that didn't get the experiences they did and to go to the places they got to go. But I don't know. I guess there's some other,
But your kids really realize like how much of advantage they had, right?
Well, maybe not. I don't know, and I guess that's the weird thing, right? I know that how they do, but I don't know if they realize it. But I think that's what's interesting is that whole dichotomy of, it's the good and bad side or the better, brighter and dark side of the military service, and being gone. Like, I was just gone so much of my career.
Like I tell time, like my sons, I miss my son's first 4 birthdays. Like when I was like at the base, right? If my kid has still gone to church, I would go with her, right? But like, man, I miss so much, right? Like I think I miss my like 2.5 years of each of my kids, like high school years. I mean, just so much you miss.
Yeah,
right?
and I think that's the weird thing, right? To look back is like, at least for me, I look at my upbringing and like how much my mom or dad or a grandfather or people like that did or didn't get to see me do different things, and then how much I did or didn't get to be involved. And I think the difference a little bit for us of what we're talking about is like, we kind of chose a way of life or a job that it wasn't like, I mean, I guess we were saying we would, but by default, we were giving up chunks of being able to go. It wasn't even whether I will or won't go to the game tonight. It was literally not even the decision. It's like I'm not even in the same country to be able to see them play tonight or tomorrow.
So one good example, one good thing about this, right? So we was in Wiesbaden, Germany. My oldest daughter, she had to do a book report on and what's in Anne Frank, right? And I mean, it was like it's kicking over, right? I can't get this today. Like, Amsterdam's only like 3 hours away. Let's go to Anne Frank house. And so we drove to Anne Frank house on Saturday, and like so you do a book report, right? Like, where else can you do that, right?
Yeah.
There's pros and cons.
Oh yeah, no, I think it's just interesting. I mean, I think it's that definitely. It's been eye-opening, I guess, for quite a while of like as I slowly get farther and farther away from the time I was in to see, everything kind of unfold in my own background to, like what was the direct impact it had on I say the closest people around me. I mean, you mentioned earlier, that's even a couple years ago, we're here in Washington State. We stayed here for a month and hung out with you quite a bit during that month. Like during that month at Joint Base Lewis McChord, we were camping, and I remember telling Mara, I was like, I kind of knew it, but it's just weird when it's like, literally, you're like, your family becomes, your family is the military, right?
Yeah.
Like I knew it, but like, you're just like, that's really the people I care the most about. And I guess it's weird when you realize, yeah, you have real family, but I was like,
Yeah.
that's not my real family. My real
Yeah.
family is the military. It's just it's trippy. You know what I mean?
And
It's
same
when
with
you realize that.
military, like I don't care who the person is. He would be like, E4 in the Air Force, Sergeant Major in the Navy. Like, there's a minimum level of standard they have, right? There's a minimum level of expectation you have that person to act his values. Like, you just know, even though like the fucking a dud, a piece of shit in the military, whatever. There's a minimum level that you can count on.
Yeah, yeah, and I mean, I think that's what's cool is like, it's not just that we have a common bond with, you know, limited experience. It's like doesn't even matter which years people served.
Yeah.
The fact that somebody from a certain time period can be like, oh yeah, I remember when I went to this kind of place and did this
Hey.
kind of jump here and things
Someone
like that.
said the common thing is like all of us had to do fucking stupid shit.
Hurry up and wait, right? Like if nothing else we had in common, how often we would get ready as quickly as it can, only to sit and wait for who knows how long.
Man, have you heard this story where like this general, he's like, so this general's like, hey, I want to talk all my troops at 9 in the morning, right? So have them information by 8:30 in the morning. And the football colonel, okay, we have to be by 8. Lieutenant Cole, 7:30. Before you know it, the squad leader, hey specialist, be information at midnight. All this fucking backwards plan, right? So
Yeah.
all this like fucking information at midnight for fucking, because it's just only a slight exaggeration, right?
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, it was, I guess nature of the beast, and it was, it's the, I don't say it's a pendulum, but it's something to where we were always, you mentioned back planning, you had certain things as big groups of people, you had to be like, okay, every single person, there was no going to be herding cats in the military concept, right? It's like, okay, this formation is, or we say formation, this time that we were going to have to be in somewhere to be all talked about like, hey, here's where we're going and here's why we're doing it. Like you would have to, as a group, be there by a certain time, no matter what. So of course it's like, okay, if we want everybody to be there at that certain time, how much before then do we have to make sure we save time wise to where at that time everyone will be there? Because I get why, and you get why. It's like that it's not even negotiable. Like everybody, because of the nature of what we did for a living, has to be there at that time. So that definitely led to a lot of days and hours of wasted life.
Yeah. So something else might be controversial, right? So, in my point of view, there's like way too many fucking military nonprofits, right? Like I think it's like almost like 500,000 nonprofits, right? For example, here in the Seattle area, right? Down in Fort Worth, there's one nonprofit that take you fishing in the ocean. One nonprofit take you fishing in the lake. One nonprofit take you fishing in the river. Like, you're all fucking fishing, right? Do you really need 3 nonprofits to go fishing, right? Let's combine, right? I just think
So I hear what you're saying, Jason, is you want more nonprofits to go fishing? Because
exactly.
I do think on the record we should have more nonprofits to help us go fishing.
Exactly. It's like, man, like I just think too many people. I don't get it, right? I think most people start a nonprofit with good intent, right?
Right.
I want to start a nonprofit, like I don't know, teach people how to make shot glasses, right? Because it does something for PSD, right? But man, but how many of them have good intent, like do it just like make money, right? I just like, man, it's like, man, like so many military nonprofits, right? It's like, man.
Yeah, I mean, I think.
I know you really added value to military veterans, right?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's a broader nonprofit for-profit business conversation anyway. But yeah, I think generally on the military side, I think we have a heart to serve, generally speaking, and so I believe the easiest way a lot of people, I think, in our spot as a military person or a veteran think to help in these areas we see that we feel aren't being served is to go the nonprofit route. But I think I think probably the entryway into that is probably under.
I mean, you have a heart to serve, but man, can you do some research? So, like, if you want to start a class, like I don't know, I want to do a nonprofit. I want to do it not for trail running.
Friends don't let friends start a nonprofit.
Yeah, like do Google search.
Is that what we're starting? Starting that club?
ChatGPT. How many running nonprofits in the military are there? There's 25,000. You know, like
yeah.
You know, like man, like
yeah. I mean,
someone else to get better.
Yeah, I get what you're generally saying, and I think I don't know if everyone really understands nonprofit world. I probably don't even myself whether they get into it. So, I mean, I think probably.
You raise funds, you raise money, just like a startup. People have to donate.
Oh
money,
yeah, but I think it's more profit based than people realize going into it. I think
people that get profit nonprofit confused. It's the same,
right?
It's the
exactly.
The tax structure is different, right? You still have to have the balance books to make money.
I think that's the bigger problem, right? Like, so I don't think it's a really controversial thing, but I think because there's a lack of understanding of some of these concepts around nonprofits, it's not even just a military problem. I think it's a United States problem when it comes to nonprofits, right? I think, it's just more of the nature of the beast of how it was created and what it does.
And I backtrack. Obviously, you want to do good, right, man, but there's more ways to do good than start your own thing, right? Like, do some research. Like, maybe something else is doing what you're doing, right? Reach out to them. Like, can I make your organization better, right? Like, I don't know. That's one of my. It makes me cringe. Like, when I was here, I get I was like, hey, Jason, I'm gonna start a military nonprofit. Can you help me? No. Like, do some research first.
Well, I think it's probably similar to where you would think, oh, another coffee company in the military.
Oh, here's one. Another HR recruiting company. That's like a dime dozen here.
Well, no, yeah, and I can't really comment on that because I know that's your world, but definitely, I mean, there's certain kind of areas to where people seem to gravitate a lot towards for different reasons, and T-shirt companies or coffee companies being two of them that I can think of off the top of my head.
Is too,
HR one, I really.
Another too, like all these military people, like I retired as blank, right? I'm gonna become a leadership coach. Like I was a colonel in the military. I was a sergeant first class. I'm gonna be a leadership coach. I'm like, come on, guy. Like if you retire from the army, like for doing 22 years at E7, right?
I'm not trying to call out a friend of mine on a podcast, but my friend Jeffrey Lodick would probably retired. I was going to say senior master. I'm sorry. Master Sergeant, retired Master Sergeant Jeffrey Lodick would probably have a lot of thoughts on this about who would be qualified enough, because he always would say things about, like what does someone who is at a certain level in the military know about leadership, So to your point, I mean, but I think the bigger thing is on the leadership side, I think all joking aside and even strong opinions aside, it just depends to which level. Like, I think the world, definitely the United States and different places in our communities have a huge leadership void. Mm-hmm. So what level of help they do, I think the military, to any degree that you did, or even that person I referenced that did 5 years in the Army, I'm not saying they should do leadership development for a living, but in an interesting way. Like, I think, they can do like everyone. I think we have a lot as veterans or military people to offer for leadership.
It's a job for a lot of military people, right?
Yeah.
Like general, talk to you like, I can't find a job. Let me be a leadership coach. Here's one for you.
Well, I mean, that's just coaches in general, right? Like, I think sometimes I've heard throughout the years as I got out, different type coaches that I had never heard of before, right? I remember being at a financial conference years ago early on, and this one person introduced themselves, and they're like, yeah, I'm a money coach. I'm like, huh?
Yeah.
A what? A money coach? There's a money coach? There's a coach for everything.
Yeah, here's one for you, right? This one's always like, I kind of thought it's funny, right?
I mean, what does that even mean, Jason? A money coach? Like, what kind of money coach? Like, I mean, like US dollar money coach? Like, you're going to help me get more dollar bills? Like,
how about this?
What does that even mean?
You know how you're in the military, and like you're in another country, right? And we were like sending mentors to other countries, and we were sending like captains and men to like fucking generals to other countries. Like, can you imagine if the United States and like, I don't know, France sent a captain, like mentor general so and so, right? I never like, man, like how do these countries let us send like junior level people to mentor their high ranking people, right? I never understood that, right? I would have been fucking offended, right? If I'm like General Jason Camus, then fucking I don't know.
Again, to be as broad as I can, you would have a good conversation with Master Analytic,
Yeah. Okay.
retired Master Analytic
Okay.
about this. But yeah, definitely.
I mean, can you imagine like you're I want to make this up. You're a general in the fucking your gun in the army, and we send the fucking sorry for glass James Prooyen to bench you. You're like I'll be like I would be fucking offended, right? Like, are you kidding me right now?
Yeah, I mean, I think.
I never understood that.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's always one of those things, even for myself, that I've looked at as like, to learn to try to. What I've done is like, what do I want to do and what do I want to be? Who are the people that have already done it at a high level that I want to model it after? Those are the only people I want to listen to. And I think when you talk about that to me, that's what I think about. It's like, okay, you can only teach what you know and
Yeah.
you've done. So to your point, like if you've never been at a certain high level, whether it's in the military
Yeah.
or whether it's in the civilian sector, you know what I mean? Like if you've never been a general manager, but you're trying to teach CEOs, you know what I mean? That doesn't
Yeah.
make sense, to your point, right? And but same thing to me is if I'm trying to be, you know what I mean, run 3 businesses and build 3 businesses, and I'm trying to learn from someone that does never run a business before, it's the same thing on the leadership side, right? Like if you've never led
Yeah.
to the level of what you're trying to teach other people to lead, those are just concepts that are all the same to me.
So last thing about the military, let's talk about this. One thing about the military that they do good at is the fact that like everyone in the military, every time we get knocked down, we can get back up, right? We get knocked down 10 times, get up 11 times, right? They ingrain in you like resiliency, like that's one thing. That's probably the number one skill I think the military teaches you, right? Like life kind of sucks. It's gonna be hard for you, but man, like
don't worry, it can be different tomorrow.
You have to get up, right?
Yeah. No, I love that, and I don't know if where that came from for me, if I already had that before the military or developed it more in the military, but like for me, I've always felt like, I guess, as a superpower, or that that it's some kind of gives me general confidence, is I kind of sometimes, probably to my own detriment, could be sometimes, like I just don't have quit in me. You know what I mean? Like that's just not kind of how I'm wired or made. So it's cool that we were really in an environment in the military to where, again, I've said, even on the creator side, right, of why we've been able to do certain things in the military, as a military, is because you can't be like, oh, I mean, I just said can't. Can't isn't, you know what I mean? If you tell me we need to do something and we're in Afghanistan, Iraq, or wherever, at any point, I wouldn't be like, oh no, we can't do that. It's like, oh, excuse me.
Hey, something totally random, right?
Excuse me.
Something totally random. I had a lady work for me in the army, right? And she's from Mexico, right? She used to always say, "In Mexican, not Mexican."
Yeah. So I mean, I think it's what you said. I mean, the ability to, because it's kind of a pet peeve of mine. Like I hate the whole concept of quote unquote failure. I mean, because to me, it you can really never fail until you just, you know what I mean, like had something and you're just never going to do it again or whatever. But like I just don't. I mean, I think in a good way, the military teaches you and enhances and reaffirms the whole mentality of like keep going and going and going, and you know what I mean. We'll I mean, during our career, right? To me, more with less, more with less, more with less, and what it taught us is you can do way more than you think you can do with a lot less than you have. We didn't want to believe that, but I think as a general way of life and way of doing things, I mean, I think you do things to the level of what you think can be done, right?
Yeah.
Of what your mind is telling you is possible. So I think in a cool way, like that, kind of can't do or never give up attitude, or like, push through adversity and keep pushing through it and keep pushing through it and being persistent. I think we're all traits that, whether I had it or not going into the military time period, I think that's definitely for me some things that were enhanced by being, serving for 20 years in the Air Force.
I think another good analogy too. I heard this the other day, right? So like, let's suppose um, somebody said, "Hey, um, we have this pitcher, right? He throws 100 miles an hour. If you can hit the baseball, we give $1 million, right? Open to anyone, right? There's probably like a million people standing in line to try to hit it right. And so most people go, they swing and miss, right? And they fucking like they quit, right? But some people they swing and miss, and like they go to the back end of the line, right? And they keep on missing. But before they know it, the million people went down 100, and they took 25 swings, and then 26 swings, they hit the fucking ball, right?
Yeah.
I think it's a mentality like more people need, right?
Yeah. Oh yeah, no, I think for sure there's well, I mean generally there's an advantage to that. I think it just depends. I think there's a fine line though in balance between making sure it's the thing you shouldn't not necessarily quit, but like sometimes there's things like pivoting and other things. But in general, going we talk about a thing or a goal, right? Like, hey, we're putting together Military Creator Con. We want to have it be its own event. Like once you start to kind of lay out where you're going and establishing it, how you get there might change a little bit. But kind of to your point about just going and swinging and missing, metaphorically speaking, and getting to the back of the line, as you talk metaphorically speaking, as you're going towards that goal, or towards not just that it's a goal, but of why you're doing it, of like the impact that you want to have, because I think sometimes it's a catch-22 when it comes to adversity, right? You're always going to have it, but sometimes you can kind of have it's good that it happened, because what comes out of not having that happen, which you think would have been the thing you needed to get to the next step, because it didn't happen, could be why you got there, because what happened instead of that is what got you to your goal, or to the thing, or as I related kind of to the military career.
I mean, like podcasting, for example, right? I mean, each podcast, like Spotify has different stats. Like one says 4 million, 5 million, but I think Apple Podcasts are like they say 6 million, but only 2.2 million. Actually, like that means there's 4 million podcasts. 4 million people start podcasts and they quit, right? After on less than 10 podcasts, right? It's like, man, like, so you did 10 podcasts and you fucking quit?
Yeah, I mean, I think people, I don't know. I guess as I think of it, and I think of what we're talking about a little bit, I think certain people are a lot more willing to quit than others. So, I mean, I think some of that just shows that by nature, human beings are more than not are gonna quit.
Yeah.
But in a good way, as I view it, that's just more opportunity for the people that won't quit. And I think I don't need to say it on this podcast, but if anyone knows me at all, like that's probably maybe a good thing that I have is I sort of say sometimes to my own detriment, but like I just don't have quit in me. Like it's just not, what I mean? I don't know whether it was, at a certain age, then all of a sudden I just embraced that, but like I kind of can't help myself. Like it's just kind of who I am, and it's ingrained in me.
So next, talk about something called relational networking.
I love that. So it's interesting that you bring this up to me, because I don't know if I've ever totally heard the concept years ago or not. I know there's a few things that I really embraced when I was coming out of the military. Like I now realize, looking back, like day one of being out of the military, how much that's how we got stuff done in the military for 20 years, right? From a networking perspective of just networking and learning and knowing how to network. And as I got out, my whole mindset was like, I want to quote unquote build the bridge before I need it. I want to meet a lot of people and go deep in these relationships with people, with the areas that I want to do and be, not to get something, but to really, be able to, like, if I meet 3 people and I can help every one of them get what they want and like connect them to each other, that to me, almost kind of day one, as I got out of the military and kind of started to do some of those things, there was something about it that was just, it wasn't just satisfying. It was really just became almost like my second, like it was just a natural thing that just started. And so as I kind of look back and even in the last few days was thinking about, because I saw at the race, this race, I say director, like kind of DJ or the announcer guy for the race. I met him years ago, but it's like every time I've seen him at all these years, like I don't do it for like strategic, but like from a relational standpoint, I'm like, I really like this guy. Let me go talk to him. And as I just saw him a few days ago, and I hadn't seen him in a few years, I was thinking of what you're talking about when you talk about relational. Um, you said networking, right? There's a term like relational networking. To me, it's sort of weird because I've always been relational, and because I brought that in to my day-to-day life so many years ago, and then started to do that in a professional setting and networking in so many different areas, whether it be, podcast conferences or conferences themselves or vendors at conferences or people at these races. Because that's the other cool thing that we talked about earlier with the races. And why I like to get on different teams, because even this team I just ran on, there's like, people that are real estate developers, there's people in finance, there's people in so many ways. But by having so many people, even at Military CreatorCon this past year, that were there helping me, that I had spent so much time helping and doing things with, and vendors that I had met at different places, I could personally point a lot of it back to relational networking that I was doing, not knowing that was even a thing. So it's interesting you asked me that concept. Now, I don't know the definition of that, but as I understand it, I was kind of doing it for so long, not knowing that's what it's actually called, because I'm just kind of wired that way, if that makes sense. Like I'm I knew probably that I was relational, but like so many people I was served with in the military that I really had valued as friends, I made an effort to stay in touch with them, to go visit them. I mean, part of why we talked about earlier, like felt they were friends and family, and people that I appreciated, and people that I didn't want to lose touch with. And then as I got out, I'm like, okay, let me kind of build up this group and network of people, not just because your network is your net worth in general, but because I felt like I don't want to just know them because I just want to know more people. Like I was like, you know, want to be more than just an acquaintance. I want to dig deep and understand who they are and what their backgrounds are and who their friends are and who their family members are, and kind of just generally care about people.
Here's one for you. How do you handle this, right? Suppose you have somebody named Tom Brown, right? And Tom Brown says, "Hey, James, can you do this for me, right? You do it for." It's nothing major, like something small. And so he like you do. He asks you 4 or 5 things. He does it for you, right? And then like a couple months later, you're like, "Hey, Tom, can you do this for me?" And he says no. And then a week later, he says, "Hey, James, do this for me, right?" How do you handle the situation, right?
I think this is a tricky, kind of hard question for me, because it's a general example, but I think for me, I always want to help people, but I think, and I don't know if it's a military thing, because I think I've been describing this to people the last few days that were not in the military space. I think as myself and some other people, but for me, I'll speak for me, I just have this kind of general sense of like appreciation for time. Like I just feel like there's like this the truly, if you had grains of sand that were going through, and like when that's out, then you're done. Like the urgency that I've felt as the years go by and as older I get, I think what's changing for me now about your question is where I probably would have been willing to help people like that more in the past. The reason I'm not now is the reason I shouldn't anyway, is because I think you have to be very guarded of your time and your access to yourself, because, or even you've heard this said before, right? Like you should get good at saying no, because the more things you say yes, or you know what I mean? Like you have to say no everything to be able to say yes to the things you should be saying yes to and doing.
Have you ever heard this one? Like, put a limit on what you give because takers don't put a limit on what they take.
Yeah, and I mean, I think that's to your question about people that generally do that. Is it becomes, I mean, people usually are already quickly showing you who they are if you're really looking and seeing it. I mean, a lot of times I haven't paid attention to those signs, but there's for sure been for you and me, I'm sure, people like that. And I think as I got older and as more recently, become busier with building out Military Creator Con and where we're going with what with the impact that we want to have. I just don't have the ability or time to give to people that are never reciprocating it. And it's not just because, oh, hey, that you're keeping track. Yeah. It's just, like I said, you only have so much bandwidth and energy and things like that. So you really, I've hoped that I could get better at really kind of not, being more careful of the people that are kind of, because they don't go, hey, there's usually no thing on their chest that says, hey, I'm a taker, be careful. You know what I mean? Like it just doesn't usually work as cleanly as it sounds, right? About like, wow, that's been like 6 things. And the one little thing I needed, they didn't do, but then they keep coming right back for more quote unquote wanting help.
Yeah. I mean, you don't keep count, but man, you're like, man, I've done a lot for this person.
I'm trying to be as general without being specific
so
of
next,
people.
Like, turn this way to the camera. So talk about this t-shirt real fast.
Oh yeah, no, I appreciate it. We in a cool way, we were there recently, you and me at Military Creator Con, like just after it. This is a brewery in Fort Worth called Hop Fusion. Wish I could remember his name. I literally just read a message of his on Facebook today. But there's a friend, and now I have to kind of say that loosely. Definitely someone I've appreciated that is a Marine veteran. Oh, Brandon. I'm glad I talked enough. Brandon, and it lives in Fort Worth. And Brandon, early on last year, told me about, he's like, there's a veteran-owned brewery in Fort Worth. I was like, I did not. What's the name of it? He said Hop Fusion. So in December of last year, I was traveling through the area, and so I'd looked it up. And I guess this goes back to the relational networking thing you had talked about too, is yes, I could have picked up the phone and tried to call Hop Fusion, but I was like, I'd much rather go in person to Hop Fusion and actually meet this said person that's actually a veteran who owns Hop Fusion. So in December, I think maybe a month or two, I think it was within a month of that. So sometime in late November, early December, I'd heard about Hop Fusion. Found out I was able to actually be going through there because I had to go to Utah for some reason, or a specific reason. So I was like, let me stop at Hop Fusion in Fort Worth and, kind of see the layout and meet this person. So I met Carrie, who is a Marine veteran that is the founder and owner. I think he co-founded with a couple people and bought them out at some point, but they, I believe, they're over 9 years old. I do know that. I forget. I think they just recently went over 9 years, but for 9 years in Fort Worth, there's a place called Hop Fusion. I think they have 23 different craft beers that they brew there locally. But what was cool is that I went in 2015. I went in December of last year and met him for the first time and talked to him about the place and him, and told him about Military Creator Con, and told him, what we wanted to do in the near future. And he was just not just a great person, but, like we had great conversation right away. Like, I think it's what we talked about earlier of just, even though he served years ago, there's just that certain connection we always have as military people and as the veterans. And just a really great person. So after that, each time, I wanted to go back there and support and find a way, and which I told him, I was like, want to find a way to do some meetups and things like that and bring you, kind of to be more involved in that. And in a cool way, as you saw, as soon as we completed Military Creator Con, the next day you and I went, to go visit and hang out and see him, and I could introduce you to him as well. So, but yeah, so Hop Fusion, I definitely always want to support. And not just obviously him and this brewery, but any kind of military veteran-owned spirit and alcohol companies.
So totally random question, right? So why is it called Military Creator Con versus Military Creator Conference?
That's a great question. I mean, I think as probably general as it is, it's just a way to shorten up, like, what I mean, like even when I do our email address and I tell people it's already too long. I know this is not going to be maybe the best answer, but like if nothing else, to say James at militarycreatorcon.com
Yeah.
is already long enough.
Yeah.
To say militarycreatorconference.com
Okay.
and have that long of an email like when someone has to spell it out. So I think for number one, it shortens that, but also just it's an abbreviation that everyone knows what it is. You kind of want as best you can to kind of shorten things up because of different kind of concepts for that. But like what I mean, I think there's other cons, and it just I don't know if it sounds more cooler, but like just from I mean, there was no complex reason, but it was just I mean, the creator part of it, which is kind of at its core, right? So we definitely want military. The military creator part of the title is the important part. Yeah. Whether it's a con or conference, you wanted someone to understand that's what it is and its entity. So, I mean, it's not maybe the greatest answer, but like it's as simple as con or conference. You wanted somebody to at least see the words and understand the gist of what it is. The military creator is the more important part of the title.
So, what makes someone a creator?
I mean, to me, we're all creators from day one, but I don't know if I really even understood that until generally or relatively recently. And I think it's weird. I'm still trying to explore a little bit for myself of why that is for myself, because I think all of us think of what that means different ways. I mean, you and I do podcasting. When I first started podcasting, I've never done interviews before. I didn't grow up thinking I would want to be on TV and interview people or any kind of venue to where that's what you did, to kind of learn how to do it. Then nor did I know how if I was going to create my own. What's funny that even just saying it in the title of saying what I'm doing, but I was never viewing myself as being a creator, creating a podcast structure when I did it. Because how I thought of a creator is like someone that is an artist, like they would, do a painting. So I think in an interesting way, as human beings, we have a creative side that's different for all of us. And it's similar and different. Like each one of us have the ability to create something different than someone else in our inherent DNA, right? As a person, as a human being. So I think what's cool is, right, like there's so many different people who have sang different kinds of songs or different ways to sing it. And we see as people continue to do a different way that's never been done before. Like, you know what I mean? So I think it's inherently how we have progressed as human beings to lean into our creative minds and expression. So I think to me, what a creator is and what classifies a creator is anything that someone's doing, and to tap into their inner who they are to have something happen that isn't happening.
So the military, just a stereotype military, like bureaucratic. Do as they say, lockstep. Be robotic, bureaucratic. But like, there's a lot of military creators doing a lot of creative stuff, right? So how hard or easy do you think it is for like military people to become creators?
Well, I think that's an interesting question, but I think overall it is back to what I'm talking about a little bit and even discover for myself. I think that's what's weird to me is like and I know I'm not trying to nitpick the question, but when you say start being a creator, I think that's a little bit of the paradigm shift that we're talking about at Military Creator Con and that I'm really realizing even for myself. I mean, I think what we want to do is do better at fostering bringing creative people together, because we are all creative, to either start leaning into to what we want to do that is that creative thing for the person in relation to what other people are already doing and how they're leaning in already to their creation, if that makes sense. So I think everybody is a creator by nature, but not everybody is actually doing anything with their creativeness that's inside them, if that makes sense. So, I mean, I think overall, it's not about starting, to be a creator in and of itself. I mean, and that's why, in a good way, right? Like from that word, right? Kind of bringing the military people and space as a whole and as a thing, and the people that are that, and then marrying it with the creative person that they are as a person, and how they want to express that in whatever their thing is that they're going to do, whether they're an artist of just, you have the sign of your show that we talked about earlier behind you. Someone thought a way of how to design, the words against the contrast and things like that, and the tile versus, it could have been brick, or I guess it is brick, or it could have been, some other background of things. Like somebody decided that that's the way it should be. So I think kind of tapping into showing like, hey, I'm not the only one that has these certain kind of ideas of how I want to express myself creatively and what my thing is. So I think what we're doing is really trying to open up what that is more for people, or people that are already kind of at a certain point in that journey and they're already doing it in some way, bringing all those people together in different areas that they're already doing it. And like, how does something, and then, for example, if, you and I are in the Air Force, I'm sorry, you're in the Army and I'm in the Air Force, like if we bring us together and you're doing it one way in the Air Force, I'm Army, and I'm doing it a different way in the Air Force, on the creative side, like how can we learn from each other? Like, in other words, in if they are doing something in the food space, and then there's someone else doing stand-up comedy, what is the stand-up comedy guy doing? I said guy or person doing versus this other person in the food space doing on the creative side, and how can those two groups of entities learn from each other of what has worked on one from a creative standpoint versus what other one's doing, if that makes sense. Hopefully that makes sense.
What's some of the creative that you want to learn? Like me, I would love to learn to play guitar or the piano, right? So what's some of the creative that you want to learn how to do?
Wow, these questions are so relevant because just a little bit ago, the person I'm staying with here in Seattle has a drum set and is a drummer, and also plays piano a little bit. And so we were just talking about this earlier this morning. So I was asking him about drums and what's kind of the first step to learn drums. I never used to think I would want to learn how to play drums, but I also had dabbled with guitar growing up, so I wanted to learn guitar as well. So I think for sure guitar, drums, but not just that. I mean, I think last year, in a cool way, I was on a lot of podcasts going into this year for our event, for Military Creator Con in this past April. And one of the shows I was on, they asked me a question that I really started to think about how, there was, growing up, I really wasn't interested in learning how to know how to fix vehicles and operate, or not operate, but like, know more about building cars and all those kind of things. I think it's even in realms like that of like just finding things that, I don't know much about and wanting to learn more about them. Yes, on the music side, in a creative sense, learning different instruments that I've wanted to learn anyway, like, being drums, guitar. But if it was on something, kind of in another area, I definitely would love to, kind of maybe do more of figuring out on my own, like how to, do more things mechanically on a vehicle than I know before, which has some creative aspect to it, I think.
So, two-part question. Like, what's the purpose of Military Career Con, and why did you start Military Career Con?
I think the purpose is multifaceted. I mean, for sure, I know for me, it's important to bring groups of people together and have kind of a home for like, and you and I, again, to come back to the podcasting side, right? I learned quickly when I started kind of learning what podcasting was and that I would do it as a thing, how important it was to go to podcast conferences and put myself around communities of people that were doing it and going to meetups in different cities that were other people podcasting, so I could figure out how to do it better, how to do it with other, you know what I mean? Like so many, having the ability to do so many more things together as a community. And I think same thing on the military side when I was coming out of the military and wanting to do some of the things that I'm involved with now. I didn't have like where to. I'm sorry, let me get water real quick. I didn't feel like I had a place to, like I said earlier, it was just easier to say I was going to go to school. But as I was learning events and going to build an event and create these different things that weren't in existence, I didn't feel like there was a home for that. Like, and you talked about transition. When you transition out of the military, is any part of transition. I mean, we have entrepreneurship as a home of our conference, but was there anybody ever really telling you, hey, if you want to, let's just say generally say be a creator, right? Because there's digital creators now. There's different what what a creator is, but if you're gonna do something like that and do art for a living, or you know build a band for a create a band for a living. I don't remember that transition, right? Like there was no home for creative expression as you come out of the military space, right? Even though we are all very creative, you know what I mean? Like entrepreneurship is probably the closest part of what was a part, and maybe that was a subset and why it isn't talked about. But I just felt like there was a gap. And as I was getting out, and of course, podcast new media is definitely at the heart of Military Creator Con, and I'd probably be lying as if I didn't get involved with podcasting and creative podcasting and creating a show and all those things. I don't and I mean, I think that's where the event stuff came from, but I don't know that I would be doing events if it was just, hey, I want to put together a business event. I don't think. So I think but even if you do that and create something that has never been there before, I mean, I think that's at the heart of Military Creator Con, is to have a home for people that are doing different things on the creative side. And I talked too much to remember what your other second question was.
I don't remember. So next one, like, is being a creative builder the same thing, or being a creative builder two different things?
Can you ask me that again?
Is being a creator and a builder the same thing, or is being a creator and builder two different things?
Such an interesting question. I've definitely never been asked that before. I mean, I think they're synonymous to me, and hopefully I'm using that word in the right way. I think aspects of both those words are encompassing of each other. Like, I think if you're building something, your creative entity inside yourself is going to be a part of building that said thing, and vice versa. Like, I think you have to have those two things work together. Like, I don't think it's a one or the other. I don't think a builder in and of itself of anything is not a creator, if that makes sense. So unless I just don't really understand the terms, to me they are the same, or they go hand in hand. It's not kind of a one or the other, and a builder would be a creative person or a creator to me.
Okay. So Military Creator Con 2026. So the conference done, right? The day after, where you were like, man, like, this was the best thing ever. We like exceeded expectations, or like, man, like, we kind of fucked this up. We kind of failed. We didn't do what we needed to do, or like, we did okay. Like the day after, like, what was your feelings after it was over?
The highest high.
Okay.
Like, I think I was, and what's cool is you were still around, those few days afterwards. So we talked a lot after. I mean, I think maybe even goes back to the military, days, the sense of accomplishment you get, like when you come back from something that was, such a thing you planned for so long and you were involved with that was hard for so long. I mean, I think seeing that whole time of the during the week of it come together and it happen and it go off, like I think in an interesting way, right? We told people what the event was. Not a lot of people probably knew who we were, what we were did going into it. Like then we said we're a microcon of a different conference. We're on our own for the first time. That's kind of viewed, and we said kind of year one of on our own. So military CreatorCon, this is kind of year one in this new phase of military CreatorCon. I think what was cool is what I thought immediately after is I help out with a lot of other bigger events, and I reflected back to see by treating it as though it was going to be a big event from day one and not a year one event. We didn't have year one event problems. We had multi-year big event problems because I've done enough events with other people and I've helped events enough to know, even in the military side, probably to where no matter how many times and no matter how many years a conference has been being done or an event has been being done, there's certain problems you're always going to have no matter what you do, no matter who's doing it, and no matter how long they've been doing it. So I even kind of earlier in the year before our event had tried to remind myself of that was the thing to keep into focus. So I think some of those thoughts were happening after it was over, but it was just so much. Again, I said earlier, a culmination for me personally of something that, and this, I remember now your other question, I think was why did I create, or did we create it? I think as a team and group of people, my friend Chris, who is my mentor, and Russ Barnes and Jeffrey Lodick, some of the people that were involved early on. I mean, I think we had a big vision. We saw the need that we talked about, and again, we talked about earlier, like several of us, it's about being, building something bigger. It's never about any one person. It's not to make us be known in the world when we're not known, those kind of things. All of the people involved, Jeffrey Lodick, Russ Barnes, very accomplished military people, very accomplished human beings, families, legacy. It was just something bigger than ourselves that we believed in to be a part of, to make a difference for our generation. And I said, even kind of beforehand, but definitely afterhand, to people that are good friends of mine, I'm just crazy enough to think that we can change the world. And I felt that after the event, that I think it's surprisingly to me in a good way, it went so well that some of the goals I would add long term that I thought would take a few years had already started to happen. I say kind of year one of being on our own. So those are, hopefully that all makes sense. Those were thoughts that I had and feelings. I mean, it was such a high because it was like we had pulled it off. And I say we, I mean, it took so much work. There were so many people involved. There were so many people helping and volunteering and showing up, and to kind of look back and see so many people that I helped before come help me. It was just a feeling. I mean, I was just on not just a high, but very much clear. I did a lot of introspective thought process stuff. I wrote a lot of notes in real time right after, because I think when we talked about running earlier, and that's where I would say the parallel is. Sometimes even the last few days when you're running, you remember things that you had already thought kind of before. So it was that same similar feeling of like very much almost like everything faded away to where like it was very, very clear. And especially when it was just over, you're able, because most of the hard work was a little bit suspended, at least for a few days, where you could, quote unquote, dust settled and really reflect. And you and I kind of hung out, and like that's when we went to Hot Fusion and kind of talked quite a bit. Slowly I was able to process it more and more and be like, wow, this is what happened. And we got so much good feedback. We got, what I mean, like so many testimonials. And those are good for business, but it's not even just that. I mean, like the impact, the ripple effect, and realizing what can be done and will be directly coming out of what had happened and what we facilitated. I mean, it's kind of almost overwhelming, and I become in and out of being emotional, as you even saw, right? I can't even, at the conference, I could barely now talk about some of it a lot of times to people just because it's because I do care so much and because we do, want to do these things and help these things. So, those are feelings, those feelings.
So talk about this, right? So we worked on events, right? And a lot of times, like people come to us and like, "Hey, Jason, man, it was such a good event," and I think, man, you didn't notice how fucked up this was. You didn't notice this, right? So what's something like during the military Criticon, like people say, "Great job," whatever, but in your mind, like, man, I'm glad you didn't notice X, right? Or like, what's something like in the background, like you're kind of like, man, this is we kind of fucked this up, right?
Well, I mean, I think that's what's crazy about events that I was kind of referencing earlier is I think if people really knew how events are supposed to work and concentrated only on that, they see how bad it always is at every event you go to. But I think for us, there's not just one major thing I could be like. I mean, in a cool way, people are always going to forgive certain things that happen because I don't care what event it is. I don't care what company is doing your tech. I don't care. You know what I mean? I did IT in the military. Like, it doesn't matter how good the people are that do it. Murphy's Law, right? What can go wrong will go wrong at some points, at some time. So we had at times, right? I mean, 100% transparent. Like, we had the computers we were supposed to have at Military Creaticon were not there when we got there. Doesn't matter why, and doesn't matter how. But so because we did then, change up the computers we got, it changed up a little bit of the presentations and, like whose one was going to be whatever. So, I mean, for sure, people that were there saw right away at certain times, like, oh no, this presentation's not working on this computer, and so we kind of fixed some of those things quickly. I mean, certain people saw that, and that's easy to see. That's something that's kind of, a mistake, or even at the beginning. I think if I remember at the very beginning, I've learned this a long time ago about events. You really usually don't open the doors until you're supposed to start. Someone opened the doors, and then there's all these people coming in. We're not ready. Like the honor guard's there, ready to start. And then knowing from a planning perspective how when the more time pushes, like how much has to happen in that first session when it was kind of the kickoff event, or it was the kickoff keynote and things like that. So, there's some mistakes like that I don't know if everybody did or didn't notice, but I think those were some things that definitely happened that are kind of major things, like our TVs at the beginning. We had TVs in different spots that were, doing the schedule and stuff like that. The internet didn't work right, so I had to go buy a router. I don't want to say yelled at, but like someone who's the boss, Mar-a-Lago, says there's no way, or actually I think it was my mentor Chris that said, "What are you doing going and buying it? You should have had someone else go buy it." But I was like, it's just quicker for me to do it because I have an IT background. So I literally went and got a router as I'm troubleshooting the network at the hotel to get our TVs to work, to have our screencast kind of schedule and stuff like that. And then because you really are always thinking about all the different ways that you want things to to kind of look and feel and be, and like, when people are coming in, what's their first impression. So I think it was, hopefully these are all making sense. There was tons of mistakes like that, but that's what I go back to say. All these things I'm talking about happen at big events. They weren't, what didn't happen is like, 15 speakers didn't show up. You know what I mean? Like, there's some major things that could go wrong at anything too. None of that stuff happened. So I think everything that did happen, we were able to, as a team and as a group, quickly rectify. And I think that's the thing about an event.
So let me ask you this. I'm gonna ask you this question, and when you answer, I'll give you my answer, right? So, from your point of view, what made Military Criticon a success?
To me, what made it a success is,
and then how do you measure that success?
Yep. Well, it's interesting because what I'm about to say won't be on the measurement side, but I know this gets talked about, and people like, maybe discount it. But I think even when we started podcasting, right, like I think we generally say to ourselves, if I can make a difference in one person's life, it's worth it. And I think from that perspective, to see and to get the amount of feedback of how much at the event people were like, I did business with multiple people that already started at the conference.
Mm-hmm.
That's a success to me. That was so going into it, we all collectively, myself, Mara, the team, if we can make a difference, even with one or two people that they can come here and get a takeaway, it was worth it. It blew that out of the water. Like we were getting that. I don't say by the hundreds because that's you know what I mean, but like multiple people and multiple examples and multiple people for 3 days saying how much stuff was happening for them, and even to recently talking to people that were there and seeing what had happened with what those people were doing coming out of that, Military Creator Con, because of Military Creator Con was a win for me for 100%. And a success. And why I say it was a success as well, we had also said on the sponsor side, as you know, right, with anything, you need sponsorship and you want sponsorship. But what I've always said and what I said to the sponsors going into the event and what I said at the event to one sponsor friend of mine specifically, the person asked me, like, what would be success at the event? Like they asked me almost the question you asked me. And I said, yes, it's good that we have the people here. I want the people, like, there's so many examples of wins for me personally of who people were already coming from different places. Like it all came together that way, like with the attendees, with you even, right? Like with all the people that had helped and that were there at that time was already good. But what I told that person was, because she asked me Thursday night, when I was trying not to say a female, but like when I was talking to that person, they asked me, the sponsor asked me, what is your goal at this conference for you personally? And I said, yes, it's important for these other things like the attendees and everything to get something out of it. But I said, my biggest goal really will be is that the people that believe in us as sponsors, well, I don't know, I'm getting emotional for saying this, but that because we had said to the sponsors all coming into it, we want it to be a win-win. We want you guys to get your value for believing in us and supporting us financially, and for that into return pay off on your return on your investment and believing in us, but not just a one-off. We wanted only sponsors that were going to be long-term relationship sponsors, and that happened. So that's, well, I guess I did answer that from a measurement perspective. That was 100% measurement that was able to be multiple people at the event that I've known for a long time that sponsored. When I asked them, because I'm like this in relation, we talked about that earlier. When I went, and not just from a caring about them perspective and from a me liking them and their company perspective, multiple of them said, we will be back. We can't wait. We loved it. You did it. It was awesome. Like we got everything we wanted and then some. Because again, you want to exceed expectations, and I feel like we did that.
So my thing for your success, right? I don't know how you measure this. I think the measure of success is like in the concept of like how many people like connect with other people. Like how many like I had like 20 phone calls with different people. Like how many people connect with other people. Of course, there's no way to track that. Like you don't know like how many people I talk to. You don't know how many people like still talk to. But like how many people who attended the conference like make connections, like did Zooms, did calls, like I talked to Corey Brown. I think it's called Prosper PR, like everyone talked to so many people, right, because of the conference. I don't know how you measure that.
But I think that's what's tough, Jason, is in a cool way, even as I now answer and hear you say that, the hard part for someone like me or our team is it's not just about measurement. There's so much of that that's happening that we don't even know. That's the other cool part is in the back of your subconscious knowing that's happening, but not really knowing.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? But I think that goes even back to podcasting, right? When you're, well, even right now, right? You and I are talking there's people that are able to hear it now and hear it in the future.
Yeah.
But we never really know, right? Like
No,
you
you don't.
a lot of times you never know, and sometimes you don't know until years later when someone tells you.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So
perfect
I think
example,
that's what's cool.
so I was at this network event here called New Tech Northwest like maybe 6 months ago, right? It's like a tech pitch, right? So I sat down. This guy walked up. Hey, you Jason, right? Yeah, I'm Jason. Hey, my name is Hans. Um, I've been listening to your podcast for 2 years. I've never liked it, never did anything, but yeah, I just love your podcast, right? Like, damn.
And what's interesting about this too, and I've known this and I've thought about this, and I hopefully we hit on it a little bit at CreatorCon this past year, but next year for sure at Military CreatorCon again. You know, and I know that's the problem with how many times have you heard this? I only have this many views. I only have these many downloads. Like if you and I stop just at saying that, it's metaphorically saying you know and I know. What's the problem with saying that is exactly what you just said.
Yeah.
Like, and I've said that years ago. It's like that's the problem when it's numbers versus people's names. When you don't know that it's, such and such person with this problem and they've been hearing it for 3 years and that you made the difference in something.
Yeah.
And you never know, but it's one of those views, one of those 5,000 views that you said, I only got 5,000 views.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like that's what's crazy
I hate
about
when people ask me like, how many views you get. Like, I don't have a good answer because like all these podcast stats, all the fucking worst, right? Yeah, like because podcast stats don't talk YouTube, talk LinkedIn, but man.
But that's where and I know you know it, and we're kind of I'm saying it to you, but saying it in this context. Yeah. Vanity metrics. That's why it's a problem in the space of podcasting when companies want to tie it to downloads or exposure, because you know what I mean? They can't do that on a billboard. They'll do money on a billboard and you'll never ever get the statistics on that.
No.
But that's the problem, right? Like overall, we don't know the power of what we're doing. And it's you and I both could probably give hundreds of examples if we had enough time to think of 100 things of over the years, because what we've done. I'll be like, how'd you know that? Oh, I heard it when you said it, whatever. I didn't even, like even today, right? 5 years from now, I'll remember probably almost none of what we're talking about specifically today. I'll remember a little bit of it. But the other people that hear it later will be like, hey, they'll say something to them like, how did you even know? Because I've in the past joked about how hard it was to help my mom get on Zoom. And somebody calls me up and hires me to coach them. And during the initial call to them, they're like, just bear with me because, I know it was how hard it was for you to help your mom. And I'm like, how'd you know that? I heard it on a podcast, dude. I was like, oh,
it's fucking crazy.
Interesting.
Right?
I forgot.
I mean, like all the opportunity, so I work for a software development company out of Vietnam, Tech Bank, it comes on podcast. I help source deep tech deals for FBC, comes on podcast, right? Like I joke around, like when I started the podcast, my IQ was 0, and that's like 90, like 102, right? Because all the smart people I talk to, right?
Yeah.
It's just the relationship building. Like another thing too, like suppose you have like a construction company, right? And so you want to call someone to build a house. They will take your cold call. But invite them to become your podcast, it's a different story, right? It's just like another thing too, like a joke. My podcast is kind of long, right? And so I tell people like, hey, the podcast is 2 hours. Like this happens all the time. Hey, Jason, I come to the podcast, man. There's no way I can do 2 hours. Okay, no worries. They come on. If you get tired, give me a stinger, right? They come on and we're talking whatever, and I'll stop the podcast. Like, Jason, what happened? Like, dude, check out. I talked for 3 hours. Yeah, dude, you shut the fuck up, right? Like when people are passing over, they were talking about they can talk, right?
Well, yeah, but it's also funny because I literally, you heard me say it, but I've said it probably 2 or 3 times in the past few days. Like, I probably talked a lot anyway, but as a podcaster, I feel like that's a thing, right? Like, we talk for a living. So to speak, right? As a podcaster, that's the job of a podcaster, is to ask good questions and have good conversation and to keep asking questions. It's so bad to me that every time I'm kind of in my own head that I'll talk even this morning to someone at breakfast and be like, sorry, I'm asking so many questions, but I'm a podcaster. So it's just how I've learned to operate for so many years.
Jason, I asked a good question. Like, what pops in my head, I fucking ask it, right? I mean, yeah.
Well, and that's, I've said this before too on my own podcast and other people's podcasts that I've been on. And I don't know how you feel about this, but to me, it's always been the greatest compliment. And that's why I always kind of use the term to other people too. But the greatest compliment I can ever get on my own podcast or another one on is that was a great question.
Yeah.
Like that's what,
Yeah.
what we always strive to get better at is to ask good questions. So even if it's cool when we think it's a good question, but when a person of different backgrounds tell you that is a very good question, there's no better feeling to me. I was like,
the one thing I laugh at sometimes, I ask somebody a question like, that's a great question. No one has asked me before. Like, no one's asked this question before. Like, it's a fucking elementary, simple ass question. How has no one asked you this fucking question before,
Yeah.
right?
Well, and what's cool is, I've said it many times, but my friend / mentor, Chris Kremetsos, I just remember in a cool way early on, I would watch him do interviews at his business event. And, month after month, I would hear people, every single person he'd interview, at least one question, they'd be like similar to what you said. They're like, he would research something and ask him a question on something that no one's ever kind of taught them about.
Yeah.
And they would say a couple things. They'd be like, how did you even know that? Number one. Number two, I just never get asked that, right?
Yeah, people said to me all the time, like, it's like on page 2 of your fucking Google, dude,
But I think that's what speaks to what you said even earlier, right? When you talk about, I don't know, I'm thinking emotional, relational networking or relational, like being, like, because that's the thing. Like, I genuinely am curious, but care about other people. So if you care and take the time to care about the person you're interviewing or you're about to go learn about, you're taking the time to go to whatever page of Google. You're taking the time to ask their friend or whatever way it is that you use to find the information.
You don't have to do a fucking PhD level research,
Now, it's never been easier than now to do those kind of things, right? And to find out.
So next thing, you have your phone with you, right?
I do.
So pull your phone out and tell people how this fucking wristband thing works.
Okay, so this, as you know, right, we had these bands, which I now wear every day, but for Military Creator Con for our event, NFC. So actually when you basically take a picture of that or, set it by your phone, it comes up with the website.
Yeah.
And at the event, it came up with the kind of web
website
app.
come up?
Actually, the way we programmed this one right now wasn't to do that, but but the same technology would be to do that. So initially at the conference, it was for the web app or for the the schedule for like we loaded it specifically for one aspect of the website, and now we've revamped the website, but it's programmed. So these are actually programmed to where normally, like. So in other words, these same things that we did for the event, because I actually have one that's originally from the event. Immediately after the event, we can have these same ones to where you do that and it goes to the website. So so that the technology is it can go to where it points wherever you program it to point to is where it'll go to. Like if you wanted to go to your Facebook group, it would go to your Facebook group.
So talk me through this, right? So let's talk about pricing, right? So obviously, you don't make it free, right? You make it free, everyone comes, and is that not the fucking crowd you want, right? But then again, you don't want to charge like $20,000 because you outprice people you want to have come, right? So talk about the process y'all had is like figuring out the right price to charge people.
Also, another good question, and so I'll say a couple things. So we have a team of people that we have a board. We're developing a nonprofit as well, a separate kind of thing, foundation. I'm sorry, not nonprofit, but a foundation. We're establishing a foundation that we're going to have a board as well. So we have multiple people that are kind of guiding us and helping us on the direction that we're going with Military Creator Con. And I think where that goes to what you're saying is I don't want to say a fine line, but I think as you've known and as we've talked about and hinted on before, and you and I both, I met you through Bunker Labs. I think the problem sometimes is when people think something's quote unquote free. Mm-hmm. You know what I mean? Nobody paid a cent for being a part of a cohort in Bunker Labs. And, you'll hear that term free, but we're at a WeWork cohort, or I'm sorry, co-working space that people usually have to pay for. having people volunteer their time that they normally charge people for. You know, you and yada yada yada. You get the gist is you're getting tons of value that people pay lots of money for as military veterans or military spouses in that in that circumstance. I think what happens when someone doesn't have what they call skin in the game or doesn't value, you know, there's not a price that's equivalent to what is being offered. You know, it's kind of psychology and human nature to be like, well, how good could it be if, you know what I mean? Like if I go, for example, if I go to see Metallica in the Sphere and it's like a $2 show. For number one, it's stupid to me to even say that because if it was $2 show in the Sphere, you'd have to do thousands of shows per week to fit everybody in because that's how many people want to go. But why? Because of the value, right? Because why are that many people not going to be there? Because it's a, you know, you can't get a ticket, number one, and the tickets are a pretty high price, right? The value was set, and the reason people would go want to do it are all there, right, at one time, if that makes sense. So for us, it's very much, there's different levels of tickets, but we have scholarships for the tickets. So the pricing is very much based on the level of what is being provided. We, you know, every event's kind of different, but what we had done last year that we're going to do again next year is, you know, meals were provided with the tickets. That's not always done, you know, but it was good food, good meals.
So being first year, how do you prove to people the price is worth the value if you're first? Like you really have no proof of concept, right? Like no one, like there's like most of your fourth year, like how do you prove to people first year, like, man, this price ticket is worth it to come get this value? How do you go about doing that?
Well, I think in a good way that has already been proven. So based on this past year's ticket prices and ticket levels, not one person that bought those ticket levels said that was too much and we didn't get that value to start with. I mean, I'm going to say already right now, like obviously if someone went to the website and looked from last year's prices, this year's prices coming up will be more than it was last year.
I mean, obviously, yeah.
So it's more, I mean, the cost, it doesn't even matter to the people that are coming, but the cost for us to do it this coming up year is going to be way more than the cost was last year to do. I say the same thing. We're going to do it better. It was already done well, and it'll be done better year after year. So there'll be more value next year than there was last year. And the prices will reflect that to some degree, right? It's not, so the prices has increased, but I think we have levels for everybody. And I hate to say, because it just sounds bad to some people, but like it's not always for everyone.
Yeah.
So
yeah,
I think you and I know, right? If someone wants to go do something bad enough, they will. Like if they wanted, I hate to keep going back to the example of Bunker Labs, but if they were in the cohort and it was $1,000, let's just say, and if some people couldn't pay $1,000, but if they really had to, would they come up with that $1,000? I would say to you, yes, they will.
Perfect example.
Remember, I'm not saying I just came up with $1,000.
Yeah, remember Mr. Whiskey? Mr. Whiskey drove from Florida. You know, he couldn't afford a plane ticket. I'm guessing he couldn't afford a plane ticket. He drove from fucking Florida, right, to be there. Yeah,
I mean, I think that's the thing is for a few things. I mean, we definitely had people that, you know, pay it forward tickets. There was people that bought, you know, sponsors that bought tickets for people. So there will be that kind of thing available, scholarships and things like that. But yeah, I mean, I think with anything, like you talked about earlier about never giving up and about, you know, swinging and then kind of going in the back of the line and kind of metaphorically speaking, swing again, you know, if you were given $1 million to hit a pitch. I think in the same way, if a ticket price is truly in the way for you and you reach out to someone like me, we usually find a way to make it work.
They can
Do you know what I mean?
They can volunteer. They can like work something out or like.
So I think those are
free labor. Like
I think
work the fucking registration table.
I think for us, for sure, this is a very specific thing that people will come and get value and know how to do things better than when they came and be able to go to a different level than where they're at. if they come at a minimum.
Yeah.
And so the prices will correlate to the level of how they'll be able to do that as an attendee. I think I can proudly stand by that. And even you and me, right? We go to different conferences. Like there's certain ones I go to that I just know, like the ticket is a high ticket amount, and the cheapest is at the very beginning, and then it quickly goes up. So if I really want a cheap ticket, well, I said cheaper ticket for that event, or relatively more inexpensive ticket for that event because it's gonna go up quickly. I make sure I pay it right away if that's because I already know I want to go there, and then the value has always clearly been there. That's what we modeling after for this event. Is it's a very you know, put skin in the game kind of conference. Like what we're not doing is what you had talked about before, and you and I've seen examples of, and some people might not like, but it's I mean, there's no such thing as free, and it's very much we want people to have to be there for the right reason. We want a group of people in the room that have really done what it takes to get there, if that makes sense, from a ticket perspective.
So this might be of a more question, but like, man, like Military CreditCon 2027, not that like May 22nd, May 20 something, 2027. But you already like planning to go like why in the hell are you planning so early, right? Like it's like in my mind, man, it's like that's next year, right? So why the fuck is like getting this shit together now, right?
Yeah, well, that's a great question, and so what I've known and what I've learned, sometimes the hard way, sometimes whatever, like with all the events that I help out with, and now our own event, is how quickly the day comes. So I think I think what people maybe don't understand about events that aren't involved with events is we were already talking about what we're going to do in 2027 and planning a little bit for 2027. Trying to make sure I do my math right, or like 2025 going into 2026 before we did it in April of this year of 2026. And as soon as it was over, as you know, we were quickly already immediately the next morning 100% planning for what now became May, because that as it ended, we were going to be April of next year, and we changed. We kind of outgrew the venue, so we're in a new venue, and so the dates changed because of the venue we're at. But it's a crazy the amount of work it takes to do an event and to bring the team together and to do all the work behind the scenes to make it happen. So that's why, from an event perspective, like I can't wait. I mean, I'm to kind of go back to some of what we talked about. I'm very proud of that we built an event I would want to attend. Kind of from day one, I was very excited as we planned it last year, and to see the people to experience what we had put together, and that takes a lot of months of prep. So we wanted to get started to make it even better for 2027.
Okay, so 2026, y'all had a fucking, like I mentioned, a fucking load of speakers, right? Some were like really good, some average, some not so good, right? And so, what's the process for 2027? You're gonna have the same round of speakers. Like, I know the first year he had like the application process. People looked at him. I have to look at it some, but like my person, I think you had to kind of at least a third, right? But like, what's the thought process like going to 2027?
No, good question. I mean, I think we've always had. Well, I know this. So for number one, after an event, you always do what we call in the military, right, AAR. As a group, and even other events I've helped out with, you kind of like, okay, immediately after, well, it's top of mind. What did we like? What we didn't like? What can be done better? From day one of Military CreatorCon in 2020, we've tried to do too much in too little of time. Too many speakers has been what we've known every single time we've done it, every single year. The tough part this year, it was the hardest of all time, because we went from having anywhere from 15 to, let's just say 30 for like I'm off the top of my head, these aren't direct specific numbers, but generally right in that frame, to whatever, like upwards of, let's just say we had, I don't even know what the number was for this year, but let's say it was 70 speakers. So it went up by double, hands down, right? But we had so many applications, and we had expanded I say the content. We had expanded the areas that we were talking about. We already knew we were going to expand the year before, but when we expanded, part of why we had the amount of rooms we had was to make sure we could have the panels and sessions, not just because we wanted more speakers, because of how good the pool of speakers we had to pull from and what we wanted to accomplish with the areas of, I say tracks, but I'm trying to be as specific and vague at the same time, meaning that's what drove how that all went. Like, it was probably it was the hardest year we've ever had, but it's always hard to select speakers, and it always will be, I believe. Like, and I think it's for any conference. I've been indirectly involved with other conferences on the speaker side before, and knowing that world, it's just, there's so many people that can speak to so many things, and that's good, but it's hard to not only, hopefully their schedule matches up. I mean, we were fortunate. We had Christopher Lockhead, which is great. He's going to be back. I mean, we had some phenomenal things that were able to be done this past year that for sure we're going to do in 2027. But speaker submissions are already open. The more applicants we get that are kind of versed in different things. Like, I personally have always valued people that can talk about multiple things. There's certain people. I mean, you want to always be careful. Like, so many people that I like and that spoke that were good, you want to have back. We've had, for sure, 2 people off the top of my head I can think of that have spoke at more than one Military Creator Con. I want at least one of those people. Her name is Laura, to speak again. She can speak on so many things. That's what's tough, right? To answer your question a little bit, it's like, you don't want to have it be the same people every single year, right? So you go, it's like, oh, I don't need to, I'm going to go listen to you. Let's say it's you. I'm not trying to say you spoke to it, but let's say, oh, Jason's speaking at Military Creator Con for the 5th year in a row.
On the same thing again.
Or what, you know what I mean? So you have to be careful of that.
Yeah. Like Corey Brown, he's a good speaker. Like the Feelings guy. The Laura Annie Nelson was a good speaker. Yeah. I would ask for, like, when you do this thing, like, of course, like, you get more advanced. You're like, okay, we want professional speakers. I would say always, like, keep like 10 to 20% of the speakers for first-time speakers, right?
Oh, well, and it's cool that you say that. So, not that he's a newer speaker, and you had mentioned Mr. Whiskey. What was cool is, so I will say this publicly. So, Mr. Whiskey was definitely the reason we will have, doesn't matter the percentage, plenty of opportunity, not just next year, but going forward for kind of newer first-time speakers.
Whatever it
always.
Is, always.
That'll always be. And, Mr. Whiskey spoke a little bit before, and I've heard him a little bit, but, like, what's cool about, because actually he was on a panel that I facilitated. And even though I'd known a little bit about him, like, I'd interviewed him on a podcast and learned some cool things about him just before the event, he killed it on the panel I was on. Like, and I was on a panel with one other person in particular. It doesn't matter how good or bad that speaker is, but that person's been, because it was podcast related, that person's been and works for a company that's been in the podcast space for years, right? He held his own on the same stage as someone who's been in the industry for years. And he's kind of a newer person to, generally speaking, to podcasting, right? And that part doesn't even matter. But again, killed it. He did so well. And that wasn't even the comedy. He did comedy later, and I unfortunately missed it, but I'm sure he did. I heard nothing but great things about how well he did.
So how do you convince, like, okay, as a general question, like, I mean, suppose you decide to charge like $4,000 next year, right? Of course not that much. Like, we say $4,000, right? And someone says, like, man, like, that's a lot of money for you to spend, right? But like, how do you convince someone, hey, it's $4,000, but this is the value you get from coming to the conference? Like, if you come to this conference, this will we can do for you.
Well, I understand the question, but I would only push back a little bit. Like, we're not really trying to convince people to come in general. And what I mean by that is, how we would do it is, word of mouth is always the strongest. There were so many things that happened in 2026 that I would just, again, point to that. And have those people talk to them and tell them what. Again, you kind of threw out the number, but you meant more was the specific of whatever the amount is, or they think they can't go because it's more like, where's the value for what I'm getting? The people that already went will say, because again, the price, let's say coffee, right? Like, to be general, like why do people keep going and buying a whatever? Like, let's just for math say $5. So someone will go buy, hey, I want coffee. I'll go to Starbucks and get coffee for $5, or I'll go to McDonald's and buy coffee for $1. Is really the coffee that much different? Probably not. But somehow, day after day after day after day, someone could go for days on end and go buy a coffee for $5 versus $1, right? So I think in the same sense, for a ticket at a conference, the ticket prices went up a little bit, but so is the value going to go up. But my point, for the value people got this past year, they're going to get at least that much value for next year. They're going to get more, but I'm just saying, just for conversation purposes. So it's not even about convincing. It's like, it's more like, how would that person not want to go there? Yeah. Because, I can right off the top of my head have 5 people tell them, not tell them, but have them, don't ask me, ask the people that attended, not, you as a speaker, but you know what I mean? Like, definitely. Just regular attendees that went and had this business happen, and then want to come back.
Right? So sort of a bad thing that y'all did is the fact your standards, like, you're not going to park so high, right?
Yeah.
So the bar's here, right? How the fuck you make sure that you like go above the bar, right? Because you don't want to be down here, right? Like the bar's here. Y'all set the bar high, right? Like, how do you make sure the fucking bar continues to increase?
Well, again, I'm happy that you're asking that question, and I'm laughing at it in a way and smiling in a good way. But I do want to thank you for asking that. And what's funny, because you're interviewing me as kind of a friend. I've known you for a long time and consider you a friend. But what's cool is, so I'm kind of speaking to you on your podcast as a friend about what you asked. It hit me at one point, because again, I said earlier, right? Like, I always wanted, like, I've gone to a lot of events and I know what I like at events. So I was like, if I ever do my own event, here's certain things I want to have at my event. And we did that, right? For sure. But as I was going, I say I, but as a collective group, as we were putting this together and we were talking to people about what we were doing, and as it was forming, I don't remember when it was, but at one point, I swear to God, I was like, it's almost verbatim what you said. I was like, and the event hadn't even happened yet. I was like, this is all coming together. I was like, this is so cool that I know this isn't a problem you should worry about, but it's such a great thing. Like, it's not that you would want to sandbag, but it's like, it's almost like if you're in sports, right, and you're a rookie and you win the Super Bowl, it's like, it's always bad because it's like,
what's next?
You know what I mean? Like, you're almost like, oh yeah, I just expect to go to the Super Bowl every year. So it's like, how do you do so well? I want to always have that problem. I mean, so that's the thing.
Problem to have, yeah.
We will always be, I hate the term thinking out of the box, but we will always like, here's what I'll say for myself on the record. Like, I say, commandeered or stole. Like, I love another event I do that I'm involved with that has the casino night. I'm very much want to fall on the sword as a team member of this event. Like, I want to always, like, I thought that went well. It's went well at other events. That's, this other event. That's why I wanted to have it. I definitely want to do something like that always. Love that. But there'll be other things that we do that we didn't do to continue to have these fun things, right? And more networking time. I mean, I think there was some networking time, but I think it's just so important to have different kind of speed networking things, or times when people can get to know each other in different settings. Because the magic, yes, you can learn things in these sessions, and yes, you want to have people giving people how-tos on these different areas. But I learned from myself, the magic at any of these events is the people that are there and when they're there. Because I've always learned that you can't assume just because someone's there one of the days that they'll be there at all the days. Yeah. So when you have the ability to sit down with someone in a setting, or like, you know what I mean, hang out with a couple people that are busy, you know what I mean? One name comes right off the top of my head. He's a friend of mine, but like even I'm his friend and I barely have time to see him, for him and me, right? I'm so busy and he's so busy. Like Mike Starr. The fact that Mike Starr
That's the barbecue guy,
sat,
right?
sat and hung out all those days. Like I don't. And again, he's only become more busy. Like he is everywhere. Like he could be, if he didn't want to be at home, literally. And this isn't even. Was in the military 20 something years as well. Here's a guy that literally in his business could never be home, not one day. Like that's how much opportunity has all over the world, definitely the United States, to go. And he is. I mean, he almost is anyway, right? With his family doing that. And here's a guy at a conference like that that's there, not only speaking, had a booth and all that stuff, but was hanging out, right? He's at the parties.
Yeah.
He was out there the next day a little bit, like, you know, and I only use him as an example to say those kind of people, you know what I mean? Like, you know, Joe from Mopod, right? Is got a company he's running, all these other things he's doing, is an investor, and he's luckily for us on our board. Not only was he there, he helped us do the event behind the scenes even, and dedicated and volunteered his time for that.
You know what?
And you're in a rooms with these kind of people, you know, so I think that's, you know, the bar that we'll raise is like, you know, we'll just create more opportunities as well to bring all those people together at one time.
You make a great point, right? Like any conference, right? You go to a conference, right? It's not like your life stops, right? But you attend a 3-day conference, like shit still happens, right? You just got fucking totally disappear, right? You still got to check your business, check emails, do meetings. Like it's kind of challenging sometimes to do a conference and still run your business.
And again, to go back to, you know, we're fortunate that we've had the support we have from Christopher Lockhead kind of from day one. But if you even think about what I was talking about with Christopher Lockhead, the amount of time that he was there last year and that he probably will be this coming up year. I mean, you know what I mean? Like he's someone that a lot of people don't ever get very much access to. And someone comes to CreatorCon, can not only go to his intensive workshop, but even if they don't do that, will get the chance to spend time and sit one-on-one or coffee or dinner or lunch. Like he gave so much of his time this past year. He was there early. He was there before the kickoff of the event. I mean, I'm sorry, like he obviously was there for his own whatever, but like all the time he was there before, like Wednesday evening, before his time even started, hung out with people and talked to people that whole night. There for his session all day and did it. Hung out that night at the after party, and still did the keynote, and still spent time after his keynote before he had to fly out to do his, you know, some things personally for his mom who was having a birthday.
Yeah.
I mean, that's what's cool is like him alone and that access, and then that, you know, is just the kind of people that we're able to bring and have there. So it's really, really cool to see
I
that.
know 2027 plan is like so early, right? But let's suppose like someone went to a 2026 and they go to 2027. What can they expect? What kind of difference would be like? What would be better? What would be the different things between 2026 and 2027?
Yep, great. Another great question. So, I mean, we talked a little bit in a cool way. It's going to be at the Stockyards. You and I, not knowing that for sure it was going to be there when you and I were there in the Stockyards a day or two. I think it was the second night after the event. I think on Monday night you and I hung out there. And I know you're from that area, so you know. The cool thing for me is I'm kind of newer to knowing what the Stockyards are. There's just so many cool, unique things about Fort Worth for sure, and the Stockyards area for sure. So it's exciting that we'll be in that area, in that venue. We have, I mean, the space is kind of laid out in a cool way. It's very much got a certain feel, flair to it of the rooms that we're going to be in. So that'll be cool from a perspective of like, you know, the area. There's a lot of like the rodeos right there. You know, we're going to have always, again, the other thing I was talking about earlier, we'll always have great parties at any event I have. The magic also a lot of times is in the parties and the after parties that happen after these good parties. So we did a whiskey cigar night last year. You know, we want to do more with you know, kind of the food space and the alcohol space, and integrate that into parties. We're still kind of looking to coordinate some things with Hot Fusion, so it would be cool to do something, you know, with Hot Fusion and get, you know, incorporate some stuff with them. Um, I think it's more what you said before. Like I talked about the networking things, and we're gonna have some more workshops, kind of day one that are a separate tiered thing that are very specific. Trish Lido, the guys from um, Tenor
Mm-hmm.
are gonna kind of do like an AI intensive. So we have a few kind of very niche specific things that people can purchase that's limited, that they can purchase separate, that'll be added. So there's really some cool things we've already started to put together kind of immediately after this past year. You know, that'll be there for next year. So hopefully that makes sense of some of what you asked. But we're again early on of planning all these things out, and you know, like even last year, some things we were going to do changed a little bit, but most of it ended up kind of looking mostly like it started to be at the beginning. So we're slowly announcing more and more things, but as we, you know, solidify agreements and locations for the different parties and things like that, you know, we're definitely gonna have a casino night. I think the casino night will probably be it was. Oh, now I'm trying to remember and make sure I'm accurate when I say this. I think it'll be the last night this year. It was the second night last year, so it was like the Friday night. I think it'll be the closeout event this year. I'm sorry, 2027 will be the casino night. Casino night will probably look. I mean, not when I say look like the same. I mean, I think where we had different, you know, things we could give away and stuff and raffle off and to the casino night will be the same. I'm not saying it'll be same kind of style, but definitely I think there'll be something related to rodeo. We're probably gonna put something like that together, so that'll be cool.
It'd be cool, like have everyone go like fucking ride a mechanical rodeo, mechanical bull or something. Take one to see the fucking the actual like stockyard, like how the Longhorns walk down the street and stuff. You know.
Yeah, and I know it's your own podcast, but let me ask you,
Yeah.
like, since you do know that area a little bit, like, you know, you probably know that area better than me. Even like, what's some things you would tell someone else that's why
I
they
would
should come?
definitely say see the Longhorns walking down the street. That's pretty cool. Downtown Fort Worth's pretty cool too, right? The downtown square Fort Worth's pretty cool. It's just I just like the vibe, right? I mean, the steaks are good. It's like it's just like
It's a good time. I mean, that area, I know that for sure.
People don't realize like people think Dallas Fort Worth like 10 miles away. No, it's like a fucking drive from Dallas Fort Worth. Like Dallas is the city. Fort Worth's like a fucking cow town, right?
Yeah, and I mean, I talked to you a little bit, I think, before the podcast, but the cool thing is, Fort Worth has been very supportive for us. So I think what's cool is we really want, you know, they love what we're doing. They're very much, you know, we have a good reputation now in the greater Dallas Fort Worth area for Military Creator Con. They loved what we were doing even before we did it in 2026 in the area. Fort Worth is full on board of supporting us. So it's a very good relationship and partnership
A good
with
thing
Fort Worth.
too, like I was gonna pay for this, but maybe like you know how Lamar bought the fucking the cowboy hat, cowboy boots. Maybe like I don't know, give like a tour of a cowboy hat store. You know, like hey, here's some cowboy hats. You know, here's some boots. You know, like
yeah. Well,
like,
I mean, I think we'll try our best to incorporate things like that in the parties, so to where we'll have very much the
maybe
feel.
The best cowboy hat contest. You know.
Yeah, I mean, I think other ideas that we've had all along is like to incorporate more kind of comedy competitions.
Billy Bob's.
Yeah. Oh yeah. No, I think that's one of the. It's funny you say that already. That's a place we're looking to try to. We've already met with them and we're talking to them
Billy
of
Bob's.
how we can incorporate something there for sure.
Yeah, definitely. So, back to speakers. I might always ask the question right. So, for the speakers, 2027. And of course, it's early. Things might change, but like, is a plan to have speaker tracks like you know wellness, podcasting, creative, or is like the best speaker? Like, how are you gonna plan? Like what's the process for speaker applications?
Yeah. So
another thing too, real fast, like post John Bob puts application in a day, and you accept it, right? But 4 months later, someone better comes along.
Yeah, we haven't even. So that's hopefully I understand the general direction you're going with the question, but for sure the speaker selection is not happening right now.
Yep.
There is people I already know that will have speak, but that's not because of the speaker application process. You know, like, there's it's just always going to be that way year to year. There's certain people, that I've already known before, and they've spoke other like there. There's one person, in particular, a couple of people that I've, there's just areas that they know things in that's why, well, I already mentioned Trish as well, right? Like people like Trish that spoke last year I'm sorry, came last year that might not be an example. Maybe the tenor guy, right? They spoke last year, and because of what they do as a company and because of their area, they for sure are going to be part of a specific track this coming up year because of that. So that's already known.
Yeah.
But it's cool. We've gotten even last year, and then now already this year, because it's already open, we've already gotten some good applications of people we didn't know before. So I always love that in certain areas.
So I don't need to do this, but one thing I would do is put the application right, and suppose like we'll say Billy Bob applies. Like who the fuck is Billy Bob? This would be a question on there. Like, how do you find out about us, right?
Yeah.
I think so. Do like how do you find out about Military Career Con?
Yeah, and I think, and it's not off the top of my head, and it's not off of the website, but I believe there is an area even last year and then this year that do ask that. But I do like that feedback. But I'm trying to. So your original question. So basically, it's not when we start. There'll be a certain time it closes out, and we won't do the start of the speaker selection process until really after already the application period is closed.
Okay.
Generally speaking, we'll always have. I'm trying to word this right. Application period almost really never ends. Like even last year after we had started to select and it was kind of technically over, we still got more applications.
Yeah.
But in a good way, we're still it's not like, oh, anything before this date we're not taking anymore. That doesn't work like that. We still have those speaker applications. We still have the year before applications if we wanted to reach back out and say, hey, we didn't select you last year, but we'd like now for next year what you talked about, or maybe we want to tweak it. So I want to be clear that people should always submit an application anytime it's open, which I think it's kind of technically almost always open.
Yeah.
But officially we opened it and promoted that speaker applications were open relatively recently. And I think our goal is to start announcing speakers. Hopefully I'm right on this because Mara will be not too happy if I'm not, but like I think January time, let's just say January, right? Somewhere in January is I think when we're going to start announcing a lot of the speakers.
Yeah.
So let's say if it is, I'm pulling it out of the air, but like mid-January, to your question, all those applications, it's not about if someone's better than the other, because I think it's too complex for that, and it's not one person that's making the decision. So as a group that are selecting the speakers,
I might think someone's a good speaker. Like you're like, man, this guy ain't no fucking way this person is talking. Everyone has different perspective, different backgrounds.
Yeah, that, and also it's like a lot of times maybe people don't understand about an event. It's not always whether you're a good speaker or not. It's what is needing to be talked about.
Yeah.
Every year it'll be a little bit different, right? Like podcasting will always be talked about. AI is something that is always be talked about. It was a premier thing last year. It's only be more premier thing next year. But what was relevant in either one of those spaces last year might be a little different than next year. So it's not always who's the best speaker, generally speaking. It's what's the very specific thing we want to talk about in a track.
Next year, maybe like AI is good, but quantum computing is a big thing, right? Maybe we do quantum computing next year,
But so that, and why I'm bringing all those things up is I think in realms of what you're asking on the speaking side, it's very much going to come down to multiple things, and it's not always like, because the truth is, and there was people that probably didn't speak this past year that could have spoken been great. Like they didn't get not selected because they're not a good speaker, right? I wish it was that easy. If it was that easy to just be like it's good speakers versus not good speakers and just be done with it, that's actually easier than selecting.
You can't put in a computer Jason Cameron speaker 7.
Yeah,
John Brown speaker 10.
Yeah, it's not no names, and we just have like here's a 10 out of 10. That one's there's not something that just immediately magically puts everything where it's supposed to be, and that's the selection process. It's not a draft lottery to where a ball goes in the thing and it's like, oh, speaker 24 is blah blah blah, right? It doesn't work like that. So I think overall as a group and as a team, we go, okay, what are our goals this year? To your point, what are things that were talked about? What's feedback from last year of what people did and didn't like? What's the another thing, right? With even your podcast or with these different things that we're serving, what's the 3 problem areas? What's the 3 top things for creators in this space or for creators in that space? What's the problem areas? Who's addressing and working in those areas and that can answer the questions and show the way for those problem areas of those people? Do you know what I mean? Like that's a lot of what goes into the decision process for the speakers of like how can those people speak.
James, how you do this, right? How you handle this, right? So like you and Mark have a lot going on, like stuff here. You're busy, whatever. Like there's stuff going on, and someone like walks through, hey James, let's talk. And the talk, and your mind like, dude, I got fucking shit to do, right? Like, shut the fuck up. Let me go do stuff, right?
It's hilarious because
like how do you not be rude?
I feel like you're setting me up a little bit, and I know you're not, but like if you know me, which you do, and a lot of people do know me, that's always been the hardest thing for me, even when it wasn't my own event. When I help other events, the hardest thing for me is it's not about staying focused. My natural inclination is to talk, is to
like Mark told me to do something, right? You're like, I better do what Mark says.
Yeah, at some point I'd be like, hey, so I don't probably do it as good as other people can do it, right? But I think in the end of the day, I've always done it to where I do my best I'm always interested in what someone has. So I'll always take the time to listen to people. I go and go and go. And I don't say probably too much because it sounds bad, but you know what I mean? Like I'm going to be a person that you'll always have the ability, if you didn't somehow get to finish telling me what you need to tell me or what I want to tell me, there's a way later for you to always come back and talk to me about that very thing, if that makes sense. So I think that's how I've always handled it is I'm just upfront. I'll be like, and I never, and I know you said it kind of in your subconscious, like, hey man, I didn't get fucking time for this. That's what you're thinking, but I never say it like that because it's, I don't like it on my side. So I always want to make people feel like they're important and be present for what they're telling me or asking me. But the reality and the bad part is because depending on, and people saw it this last year at Military CreatorCon. I mean, I think I averaged, I don't even know, like let's say 6 or 7 hours of sleep in whatever 4-day time period. So I'm already kind of quote unquote burning the candle at both ends and went all through the event. So that's the tricky part is balancing like, hey, and how I also handle it is a lot of times I'll go routes to where I won't see people on purpose. Like, because I know myself, right? And it's not about the other people. I just try to not put myself a lot of times in positions to where I'll have less chance to have to have people come up to me and ask me things just because I know I got shit to do. So hopefully that answers the question, but that's kind of how I handle it.
What's the one person you know that like you really want them to speak at 2027, right? Let me rephrase. This one person, like, not only would you want them to see him speak, you would actually pay money to see them speak at your conference.
Oh, 100%. Like, and I hate to put this out in the universe because I know anything's possible, but the immediate name I had as soon as we were done that I was like, I definitely want this person to speak at Military CreatorCon. I believe they will at some point. I don't know that I can get them for next year, and I hate to put that out in the world because anything's possible. Jesse Cole. So Jesse Cole is a Savannah Bananas.
Okay, yeah.
I want to say this loosely because I feel like I always say I'm friends with everyone, but I'm a big fan. I've known Jesse for quite a while. I was fortunate enough to be in a mastermind with him and hang out with him at several conferences in his, I say early days. It was already a thing. Like some people knew who he was, but the problem with a person like that is even what we talked about. Like if I'm busy, he's busy by a fucking gazillion amount. So the reason he won't come speak at Military Creator Con will have zero to do with because I'm putting it out in the world that I don't think it'll happen. That's why I'm saying. I just know he's gotten such good traction on the things that he's doing in the world is he's limited in amount of time. So in a perfect world, if Jesse was right here and walked through the door and I said, here's what it is this something you would ever do or come be involved with? He would absolutely say, I would love to. But it doesn't quite work like that now, does it? Like same thing with if someone was like, it's that not only it's not even about what I would pay for that. I would, but I think that goes even back to the value thing you're talking about. I mean, that is where we're going as a conference. There's certain people that have been significant people to me. I would challenge people, like I am learning so much from afar, even watching what he's doing. I think it was Simon Sinek interviewed him and referred to him as, I think you have traits and you remind me a lot of like a modern day Walt Disney. Fucking please, I would love for someone to say that to me. You know what I mean? Like, I mean, what a compliment, but he wasn't blowing smoke up his ass, right? Like that's the kind of thing, like everything that is right with how someone's building something is Jesse Cole with Banana Ball. So that's why I would want someone like that to come be at Military Creator Con. So I don't know if that fits on what your questions is, but like that's the first name I can fucking think of right away to tell you. But we'll continue to look for people. I say like him, but you know what I mean? Like there's a specific reason. Like he could talk about a bunch of things that would be relevant to any creators, let alone military creators. You know what I mean? Like he's doing something that's never been done before. Like it's crazy in a good way what's happening, right? And so there's so many things at so many levels that he's involved with.
You bring up a great point, right? I think so many people, like, they reach out to someone, hey, James, can you do this for me? And you say no. Or, Jason, do this for me. And they take it personal, right? Oh, I'm a horrible person. I'm not valued. Like, no. Like, it's not that fucking serious, right? Maybe the other person's just too busy at the time, right? Maybe, like, didn't fit the time schedule, right? Like, so many people, like, when they hear no, they take it too personal, right? Like, no,
yeah. I mean,
take it personal. Like,
yeah, and it's not personal. And we will reach out to him and have discussions. Like, I do believe he will speak at Military Creator Con at some point. I think there's too many things going on that like I just don't think it's fair to expect that he could have any ability to come in 2027.
Yeah, so many people like ask for favors from different people. Like they take a shot in the dark.
But I do believe John Lee Dumas will be at Military Creator Con. He had talked about coming in 2026.
I talked to Kate Erickson a couple of times about that, right? I usually talk to Kate instead of John. For series, me and Kate communicate like once every year, whatever.
Yep. So I'm good. I'm very connected with John and Kate. So I do believe we'll have JLD be involved this year. Like I have been definitely influenced by both Kate and John, over the years. I know you and I are both.
I mean, I learned how to podcast from John Lee Dumas. I took his fucking free podcasting course.
Yep, and you and me are both in his community, and he's been, one of the pioneers in the podcasting space.
He's like, what's the term OG? He's like OG, right?
Yeah, and that's what's interesting. I mean, that term gets thrown around, but definitely John Lee Dumas has been he's the first one to ever do a 7-day-a-week business podcast. Yeah. He's done such cool things early on in the early days. I say in the early days of podcasting, and I don't know how everybody else believes. I believe we're still in the early days. So, you know what I mean? I know we're talking in real time, but I mean, we're still figuring this whole thing out anyway. But yeah, he's definitely somebody that's.
From your point of view, what is the future of podcasting?
It's funny that I just talked about this morning with someone. Like, I think people, it's gotten blurred. Um, because someone will have a video stream that they call a podcast, but it's not even an RSS feed. To me, that's not a podcast. You know what I mean? Like if
So it has to be RSS feed to be a podcast.
well, but so what I'm trying to say and start with saying what isn't a podcast. If you took a video of yourself every day for a week and put it anywhere on the internet and you call that a podcast, to me, that's not a podcast.
That's a video. That's a video.
That's just
that's
a straight.
That's social media.
That's a straight video or something else.
Social media.
Having a YouTube channel is not a podcast. If you have a YouTube channel, that's a YouTube channel. Or
I
that's
know a lot of people disagree with that. A lot of people think having a YouTube channel is a podcast.
Why?
Because it says YouTube podcast.
Okay, but that's so if you put a video on YouTube and you call it a podcast, is that a podcast? No, but to me, you should have an RSS feed component to it.
So that's your like what's the word to it? Like, that's your,
I think it comes down to that.
That's your red flag, right? That's your line.
But it's too geeky. But that's what I'm saying. That's like a too much diehard.
If you're not a Spotify or Apple Podcast, you're not a podcast.
If you're not on a podcast player, how are you a podcaster? You know what I mean? But I think that's what I'm meaning by it's blurred. But I do think it's evolving, and I'm not trying to say it's not. But I just that's what's weird is like it's a term for a reason. Like the term podcast got, you know what I mean? Like why these things are the way they are. And again, we can get stuck in the weeds. Like it doesn't really matter. Do you know what I mean? Like I think I'm not, because if you only did a video, like I've always just argued, like it isn't that you shouldn't do those things. I don't care where you put it. I don't care if you have your video on YouTube, your video on your Facebook page, on your website, wherever the fuck you have it. Why wouldn't you have an audio version of that somewhere, or even the video and audio as a RSS feed, or distributed everywhere you can on an RSS feed? That's what I would always argue.
Here's one for you, right?
Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, here's one for you. So I know this guy, right? I don't know. I met him one time at this conference. This guy's like 35 years old, and he makes leather products, right? And so once a day from like 11 a.m. to 3 p.m., he live streams on Twitch. And so 4 hours a day, he live streams on Twitch making leather products. Is that a podcast? You're going to say, fuck no.
I mean, I just feel now all of a sudden I'm inspired to fucking create at our conference a game show called Is It or Is It Not a Podcast? Go!
How cool is that? Like some old ass dude like making leather products on Twitch, right?
No, it's cool. Like I think that's what's weird is like we are so early on and where the industry of new media goes, because I think this is a new media conversation. Yeah. I think I'm getting wrapped around the axle on the term, and I'm not even as purist and diehard as the people that have gone before me, right? The people that gave us the ability to do podcasting, right? Like, that how this medium even came to be and be a thing, and the fact that we can do what we can do with technology now, right? That's why I think it's important to just call things what they are, right?
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
I agree.
If
what's crazy is the fact that you have stats that like regular, like not even Joe Rogan, like regular podcasters are bringing more views than fucking CNN, right? Like this average podcasters are like bringing like Mr. Beast, like average, like other ones. I can think of the names, like not superstar podcasts, like they're bringing more views than fucking CNN. Right?
But I think to me it's more about the distribution, right? Like I think the more ways you can get your message out, and it's very much, I'm a big Gary Vee fan.
Yeah.
He talks about, how many types of content and where you put it out. Like the more you can do it everywhere, that I've always been a proponent of that. So to me, if that's your thought process, we wouldn't have to have the conversation, is it a podcast? Because you would have it every fucking place you can have it. And so at some true purest form, you already have it as a podcast, because you have it as a podcast, you have it as this, it's over here, it's on Twitch, it's on every place you can possibly get it, right? Because why wouldn't you?
Here's a good one for you, right? So like we're talking about LinkedIn, right? So on LinkedIn, I always say only post once, twice a day, right? So let's suppose like you post once a day, right? And that video gets like, you will say 1,000 views, right? But that's only 1,000 views a day, 7,000 views a week. But then someone else posts like 10 times a day, and each one only gets 10 views, right? Only gets 100 views, right? 100, 10 times 100. So what is it? 1,000 times 7, still 7,000, right? So what's better? One video a day for 1,000 for 7,000, or like 7 a day at 100 equals 7,000, right? Doesn't make any sense.
If I'm understanding you right, like what I would say is goes back to our conversation before, unless I'm misunderstanding. To me, the frequency, it's top of mind.
Mm-hmm.
So the thing I like about frequency and showing up more places is you're more, it's like you want to be identified as like everywhere I look, you're everywhere.
Yeah.
Like I saw you here, I saw you there.
Yeah.
You know, whether in person,
way.
whatever, when you're top of mind, I do like that part about the 7 days a week thing you talked about. But what I'll tell you, what I don't, and I never will like about the numbers, it goes back to our numbers conversation. I don't fucking care how many views I have. I don't want millions of views of just things. Like, that's not my barometer. It's like, okay, what is that? Give me more information. What do the million views mean? Like, if I go somewhere where like nobody cares about the military and they hate the military, and I get millions of views, what the fuck is that going to do for me?
I talk about it too sometimes too when I talk, like, you know, suppose you went viral, what would you do with it, right? Like, if Tom Brown got 1 million views today, what?
Yeah, cool. You went viral. Now what?
Can you take advantage of it?
Now what?
What would you do with it, right?
But
probably fucking nothing.
But that's the thing, and I'm not trying to demean any of that, but that's the thing. It goes back to what we said. It's the power of one. It's the, like, it could be email list, it could be viewership, it could be anything. It's like, okay, the viewers you're getting, then what like you're giving them value, but like, what are you doing with that? Like, you know what I mean? Like, in every space is different, right? We talked about running earlier. Let's say I get 1,000 people on running, and you get 1,000 people on, I wish I could think of something more niche, but something very specific. You know what I mean? Like coffee grown in fields that are blah, blah, blah. Like something that's so niched. You could have 1,000 people in that, and I could have 1,000 people in this, and that's a different world, right? Like, I barely scratched the surface of runners with 1,000 people, where in something that you do, like, that's avid. And then that's one realm of it. But then after that, what is your call to action? Like, what's your step-by-step to get them to, you're solving their problem and they want what you're helping them do. And here's the avenue for that.
So that's people
why
I'm big fans that actually took advantage of being viral. This one lady, her name's Bella Porch, right? So like in 2020, she did this like a face mob video, like Zoom video, like millions of views, right? She's a Navy veteran, served 4 years in the Navy. She translated that into a scene career and a modern career, right? Making millions of dollars, right? Another guy, I think you probably know this guy better, Dogface 420, right? Remember the guy? He was on a longboard with a cranberry juice, drinking the cranberry juice bottle, like millions of dollars, right? Some people can take advantage, right? But odds are, I mean, millions of people go viral every day and can't do nothing with it.
But the problem I'm having in a conversation like this is because everything we're talking about is correct, but it's more complicated than that. I think overall why I'm saying that on the numbers is, like, I'm never going to be a numbers guy just to be a numbers guy. We talked about metrics. We're saying the same thing, and we're on the same page. But the problem I'm always going to have, and why I'm saying with that question, I like the frequency just because you're top of mind, and I don't care what your audience is. If you talk about consistency, that's consistency. If you're top of mind all the time, right? Like, I think, and I don't mean to make it so much about this to promote it, but if you think about Military CreatorCon, the greatest thing about a Military CreatorCon right now is it's top of mind for a lot of people every day, and we do that intentionally.
Can someone?
Do you know what I mean? So,
yeah. Can someone post too much? Is there a limit?
That's a tricky question. I don't think so.
I mean,
but I'd love for someone to have that problem. I mean, I think that's a good problem to have, only because it's so hard to get people to get to intermediate part of that. So I think a lot of times we're trying to coach people to get to a point to where they're doing it enough. Too much is in the eye of the beholder. I don't think, you know what I mean? Too much, what does that even mean? And it depends where and when. Like, if you're posting, I mean, sometimes less is more, right? In a way. To where it depends. If you're on one thing and you're, posting 1,000 times a day on your Facebook homepage or whatever, and the people are, you know what I mean? It's like, like block. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? Like,
is it really relative? You know, like
But you know what I mean? I think a little bit has to do with what platform and like, you know what I mean? I think I need more clarity on what's too much. I just think most of the time nobody has that problem because they don't post enough. Like very few people post too much.
Can someone post like something that's too cringe? I give you two examples. I think it's too cringe, right? And so this I think is too cringe, right? So on LinkedIn, it kills me, right? But like someone will post, yesterday my blank died, and they do like a fucking 10,000 word paragraph. Like, dude, your blank just died. Don't you have something more important to do than to fucking do it? Like LinkedIn post, right? Like, what are you doing, right? And then another thing too, like somewhere a guy would like post, my wife just had a baby, and the post a picture of the wife, like top of breast hanging out, baby here, like I'm so proud my wife just had a baby. Like, dude, what are you doing, right? Like, are you kidding right now? Like what the fuck, man? Like, number one, someone just died in your family, right? But you took the time to do a LinkedIn post.
Well, I just,
number two, like, did your wife approve of you doing like?
Yeah, I don't know. I think it's an interesting.
Those are my two cringe things.
Yeah, I think it's an interesting question, but I think also I don't know why my mind immediately goes to AI. I think we're gonna have bigger problems than this cringe things you're talking about because lately I'm getting pictures from friends of mine that I didn't even, just happened today that where I'm like, that looks like it's modified, but I can't quite tell. So I think the bigger problem than a cringe picture of someone, like showing things like that is going to be, you won't even be able to trust if it's real or not. Like that's not cringy. So,
so this is part of a bad.
I don't know. I just don't know how to answer that question because I think it just always depends on the person, on the thing, right? You know what I mean? If you're trying to push the envelope in something and you're, you know what I mean, wanting to know, for example, you'll see certain commercials like, wow, that's a little bit risky, but I like it. I remember it and it's cool. Like, oh, well done. You know what I mean? Some people are like, oh, that's too cringy, but I would generally say it's not. But I think it just always depends. Like, if something's, racially insensitive or certain things, those are always never going to be okay and cringe worthy, right? But
here's one for you, right? For AI, right? This is going to happen, right? Like, how to put this right? So, a husband's going to get a video for something, right? With the wife doing something, right? The husband, hey, babe, what the fuck's going on? Like you having a relationship or something? Like, no, honey, that's not me. I see the video right here. You're like, it says I've never been here before. No, don't lie to me. Like, I see right here, right? Or like, like someone sends a video like this, someone like, okay, here's a video. If you don't pay me this amount of money, I'm gonna short your spouse, right? That's gonna happen pretty soon, I think.
So it's interesting. So you're saying you think blackmail is gonna become more a thing because of AI? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, I do.
Wow.
I do.
I mean, I think, I don't mean to be like, hey, it's scary. It's just all of this is interesting where things are going, how fast they're going. But I think we knew that was going that direction. So we have to wait and see.
I mean, obviously you're gonna tell AI, but man, it's getting so good now, right? It is so.
But that's the problem, and that's why we're saying this. Is I think at some point it isn't as easy as, but it won't be able to trust it. And I think that's your bigger premise is, what's real, what isn't. And I mean, I think it's getting blurred, and it's on the path to be something that it'll be tricky to know what is or isn't.
I mean, you see a picture all the time on AI, like President Trump dancing with President Putin, or just different kind of crazy things, right? Like.
Well, I mean, I think it helps when it's so ridiculous. It's easy. It's like that's probably not true. Yeah. That's not the hard part. It's when it's so true looking.
Yeah. And
that's what happened today. It's like this person, a friend of mine. I'm like, I'm pretty sure your legs aren't ripped like that.
Yeah.
And then I called him and I walked right into his trap because it's like, I mean, I'm just not used to dudes modifying their pictures, right? And I'm like
that's a female thing usually, right?
I'm like, I think, but I'm just like, dude, I run with you, and I'm pretty sure your leg muscles aren't like that. Like, why does your picture you just sent me from yesterday look like that? It's like,
all, that's. My thing would be like, why do you send that to me?
Well, yeah, and I can see why you're saying that, but I mean, for me, he was a friend of mine that's a Navy veteran telling me about a beer company that was here at the race or whatever. But I couldn't get past the fact that I'm looking at, I was like, what? why does his legs look like he's like the biggest bodybuilder of all time? Like I know he's been lifting lately, but like not like that.
So here's gonna be a kind of deep question for you. Are you happy?
Yeah, I mean, I don't think that's a deep question. I mean, I like from a shallow perspective, I was already happy when I came in here because I love hanging out with you. I'm happy right now, extremely happy because I've had multiple glasses of this awesome fucking bourbon that you provided. But I really, truly am happy because of earlier questions you asked me. The fact that we had a successful military creator con, the the fact that when I watch certain people like Tony Robbins talk about, hey, is there stuff that's happening right now that you would have never dreamed would happen before that's happening, that that you didn't know how it would happen. I'm like in that world of like, yeah, that's happened, and then to be like, okay, well, if that's happened, like, what else could be? You know what I mean? I think those things make me happy. In a relationship with Mara that I put a lot of work in to have. It's my never thought I'd get remarried. We got married. I'm sorry, I got remarried in 2023 to Mara. We've been together since 2021, so I'm happy in my personal life with that. You know, um, I've got good health. I'm able to run. I think that was the other cool thing about running. That just reminds me the fact that even if I'm hobbling a little bit, or even if my shoulder hurts and my back hurts, and all the deficiency things I have, I'm just happy to be able to do whatever I want, to be able to fly to be in this beautiful city, to be able to hit you up and come today and to hang out with you in person and do this podcast today. I mean, I think everything I wanted when I got out of the military is starting to happen now, to where the long game I believed I played is playing out. So I couldn't be any happier, because not because of me, but because I'm able to do what I really feel is my kind of calling in life and what I'm here to do, and the legacy and impact that I want to have, I'm doing. So I think as you do that and as you lean into that and it's working, it's just kind of a hell of a ride. So I'm very happy.
So next one, it's like, and I could be wrong about this, right? It's a lot of people like they have a 9 to 5 job, they work to 65, and people like have actually like, oh, I'll do stuff later, I'll travel later. They turn 65, they retire, and their health goes bad. 5 years later, they get sick, they really can't travel right. But me and you, like, we're fucking like, we're living life, like we're traveling, we're doing stuff. Talking about the mentality, like, like, like season. What's the name? A carpe diem, like season life for the moment, like do what you want to do now instead of waiting to like too old, and in the future might be able to do it.
And I love that you mentioned that. And I don't want to mention names, but very close people to me recently I've had that maybe don't even agree with me on this, that are a little older than me. I subscribe to what you just said years ago. Like, that's literally some of what I kind of mentioned to you. I knew before I got in the military, generally speaking, as I always questioned in my mind, I was like, why do people wait until later? I was like, I'm not going to wait. I'm going to put off, you know what I mean? I'm going to walk away from doing an IT job for $200,000 a year, or whatever. Like, the amount of money doesn't matter. Like, but I'm not going to do the easy things that I could do for me because it makes sense and I'm financially secure. But then I have to give up the fact that I can't go run Ragnar races all over the US. I can't go to all these conferences. But if I had done that, I would have never had the opportunities to learn the thousands of hours for these different events, and to volunteer and to meet people at these parties and whatever. And not just that, I kind of knew, and I think it goes back to when I talked about that, relationship with time, right? Because I think what you and I both saw, unfortunately or fortunately, right, is so many people, our peers, could have been us, never making it back. So I felt like I'm living on borrowed time to begin with. I kind of always joke, but I'm like a cat, not with 9 lives. I was like, I should have been dead multiple times by stupid shit and real shit in the military. So for me, I'm like, talked about, I mean, as a concept, playing with house money, I was like, I'm already playing with house money. I was like, as I got out of the military, I was like, if I was no longer alive anymore, I feel like I've already accomplished so much in life. I'm good. So from here on out, I was like, I want to play a different game of life. I was like, I want to design a life that those years you can never get back, right? When I retired out, for me, I say retired from the military. When I was done with the military, 10 years, ish from now or ago, when I started to come do races like this, right? 11, 12 years ago, all those years of doing that, and I actually thought about this the last few days while I was running, all those memories I have and all the things I did, and then now reflecting back of the struggle, because you know what I mean, I didn't always have a lot of money to do it, right? I didn't always know when I went there like where I was going to stay, you know what I mean, like how I gave up certain things because my non-negotiable was settling to do something else in the short term, because my goal was the long term to be able to be in the studio right now talking about this conference. By the way, as you probably can know, right, which we didn't delve much into, did it always last year look like it was going to be a successful event? And like when we're, let's say, putting on I'm trying to remember the number, but thousands of dollars, right? Like more than $50,000 worth of money up front.
I don't think people like UMR like upfront of the money,
yeah,
right?
So
it's a big
it's
risk.
Weird. Like it's cool to talk about now, but when you put it's gambling. Like that's what I'm a risk taker anyway, but like, and I do like to gamble, but in my mind, I just see it as a big putting all the chips on the table. Literally, if you're on a poker game and you're like, this is all my chips.
All on black.
We put all our chips, Mara and I put all our chips in our life on the table for Military Creator Con for, kind of from 2025 into 2026. But what's cool about that, if you pull it off, which we did, then what? You know what I mean? Like, but what? And that's why it's not a great analogy, because in poker, you're out that money. But again, you're just out the money, right? We would have figured out another way if it, quote unquote, didn't succeed. But you can't play like that. We didn't play scared. Didn't mean it wasn't hard. But I think that's the point, right? Is as I got out, I was like, and that's why I'm happy. I was like, it wasn't easy, but you can't get back those years. And I knew it. And that's why that's a different concept as you put it. But I think in a cool way, I think the freedom is when people like you and me realize that from a young age. I think, unfortunately, what I learned, I kept talking to so many people that were so much ahead. And I remember even today hearing Tony Robbins or maybe Vaynerchuk talk about the people. If you ask the older people, what do they usually tell you? They're telling you the stuff they wish they had done, not what they did do. So I was never wanting to do that. I was like, look, I don't know if I'll even get there, but if I'm in my 60s, I don't want to wait to do what I want to do in my 60s. For me, was like, I gave up so much in the military. I'm done doing that. I've sacrificed whatever. I somehow made it out. And so now I'm living life on my terms.
I agree. Like another thing too, like I heard this one time too, like kind of the same subject, like why you taking criticism from someone you're not asking advice for, right? Like what the fuck's that about, right?
Well, and I think I love that you say that as well. I mean, you already know I had no idea the things you were going to ask me. All you said before when we started was, is there anything off limits? And I said no. But I love that you asked me that, and it's interesting that you asked me that because I said that so much I lost my train of thought. Can you ask me that one more time? Because I do want to answer it, and I'll remember it.
I don't know if I'm... I think I said... what I said was like... a lot... Like, what's the saying? Like, why are you taking...
Okay, yeah, now, yeah. I got the intent, yeah. I didn't always really think about that, but I did to an extent, right? And I mean, I'm trying not to kind of throw my family under the bus, but my older brother, right? I got out of the military. He was in the military as well, right? Computer programmer, had a top secret clearance. When I got out, I tried to burn all the bridges, right? That concept, right? I didn't want a pathway back to, the safety net. I didn't want a safety net. But I needed to make sure, it wasn't about, hey, I don't want to talk to my brother anymore. But you already know in business, it's like, okay, well, he'll tell me all the reasons why I should be a government contractor, but that's the world he wanted to be in. He'll also tell me why, so many businesses don't work and, why he's kind of against business. So then why would I, if I'm wanting to know how to do stuff, why would I take advice from that person or surround myself with that person? But if I go around someone, that's, in the Shark Tank world, or like has grown multiple businesses, or like is donating their time to score, and then I'm asking those people how to do things. You know what I mean? I'm going to get two different things. So that's what I actually did start to learn when I got out. I was like, business is hard enough as it is. I'm going into a space, I don't know. Let me lean into mentors that are in these different event spaces, right? Gary Leland of co-founded Podcast Movement, who has a Bitcoin conference now. Very good friend of mine, mentor of mine. Chris Kermitsos, who was doing events. So I started learning and emulating the people I wanted to be like, versus try to ask, you know what I mean? Like anyone, not that I didn't respect them, but I didn't want to go down the same path. So I'm not trying to get advice from, hey, you know what I mean? From people that got out of the like did a successful military career and then worked at a certain place. And then, like I didn't want to go try to learn the next steps from the people that weren't at where I was going. And there was nothing wrong with where they went, because it's not just about my brother. Like, my first NCOIC, Mark Reed, really, really respect him. He did the job that I did, retired, same kind of time period, not meaning like years before me, right? Worked at a phone company, retired from a phone company, got a job for a little while at Lowe's, just out of boredness, didn't do that anymore, and literally was so bored now recently that he went back to the phone company to be like, hey, can you create another position, because I want to go back to work, even though he was retired, and did all those steps. Nothing wrong with that for him, and I'm not trying to criticize him, but I'm using that as an example to say, for me, I would have known I didn't need to go through that path to know that's not what I want, because I know where that goes, but I didn't want to, and I'm not saying he didn't do what he wanted to on that way, but I didn't want to do the traditional, like, you know what I mean? Go get another job that we talked about, right? Get out of the military, get another job in telecom or the government, get another retirement, do all these things and kind of do what you want for a little while and vacation every now and then go live happily ever after, this magic time period you might not even get to. Because guess what? If I do it my way, I felt, I could always go back and do it that way, which I'm not going to. But if I had to, I could. And if I don't, no matter what, all these years you talked about, I've been able to do what I want to and have all these experiences and all this fun and live life and still learn and grow in what I'm doing and learn to what I wanted to do. But then also, I don't know, I keep losing my train of thought. I was going somewhere with that. But you know what I mean? Like, to your point, like, I'm not trying to listen to people that or take advice from people, like, if they've never, you know what I mean, if they don't care about running or care about sports, and I'm like, hey, here, you know what I mean, I want to be an ultra runner someday. Like, hey, what do you think about this? They're going to tell me how stupid that is. If they're, you know what I mean, someone who was a business person when I first got out, as I grew my hair out, he's told me, he's like, you need to cut your hair or you won't be taken serious in business. But I didn't listen to him. Well, it's not probably a good example because he had done in the past what I wanted to do because I wanted to do business. But just because someone tells you something on what you should do doesn't mean that's the path you're wanting to go, or it's relevant at that point.
This is my thing, right? Like, not gonna plaster, right? Like, not gonna plaster, right? Like, I think I live my life, right? Not to be dark, right? But like, if I die tomorrow, right? Like, suppose someone told me 6 in the morning, hey, like the Grim Reaper said, hey, Jason, 6 a.m. by 10 you'll be dead. I was like, you know what? I've had a good life, right? Like, how many people can say that, right? Like, I think most people in the world, if they said, I think 9% of people in the world, as Grim Reaper say 6 in the morning, hey, you're gonna die in 4 hours. They're like, oh, shit, I haven't done this, haven't done that. Like, in my mind, like, of course I regret things I want to do still, but like, in my mind, I've lived a good life, right?
But I think it's also about that to what we're talking about. To me, I've also kind of lived life early on. There's a guy named Jesse Itzler that I really resonated with. I saw him speak at a conference, and that whole no finish line concept. That's where, once I heard that, even got asked it in the last couple of days. I was in a van with these younger people, and they were like, you know, if you could do anything you want, what would you do? And I'm like, what I'm doing right now, business and what I'm doing now. and they're like, "What something about retirement? Where would you live in retirement?" I was like, "I don't even.
There's no such thing as
I don't
retirement.
even believe that. Like,
No.
I don't want to get to a point.
Retirement's a new fucking concept.
But I was also like, I don't want to get to a point where I'm done doing things.
Yeah.
I don't envision a day I'll ever.
You need something to live for, right? So have you seen Jason Edler's his rant on podcast?
No.
I'll send the video. He was like, well, I think it's like 95% of fucking people quit before 10 podcasts. I will make 1,000 fucking podcasts if I fucking quit. Like, this is the state of America right now. These fuckers quit after 10 podcasts.
Jesse Isler said that?
Yeah, I'll send it to you, right?
It must have been recently because true story.
It's kind of old.
This is actually a true story. I was involved with his community for a while and was hanging out with him and a group of people in Atlanta years ago. And I don't think he works with Jesse anymore, but his name was Kevin. I remember telling Kevin because we're podcast evangelists even back years ago. So I'm like, because he's so good, right? But I was like always like trying to be in people's ear. I was like, hey Kevin, Jesse is great. You need to get him to do a podcast. How Jesse Itzler still doesn't have his own podcast? I mean, he's on podcasts.
I didn't know that. I thought he has his own podcast.
No. I'm saying he might now. I'm saying this was years ago, but I'm just saying true story. It's interesting because you brought him up, or we're talking about him and podcasting. But it was just interesting because I told Kevin, I was like, hey, it was like one of his assistants. I was like, Kevin, and I had that rapport with him. I saw him at a lot of different events and stuff, and he was working heavily with Jesse Itzler. I was like, of all people, dude, I was like, Jesse needs a podcast. So I just wanted to tell you in a weird way. I was like, kind of not that it mattered, but I was trying to be indirectly in his ear.
Yeah, definitely, yeah. It's amazing how so many people are doing great things, right? Like people talking about podcasts, like, how do you get so many good guests? I ask, it's such a good time, right?
But also I haven't really tested this lately, and I know there's a lot more people doing podcasts. But what was cool, I hate to say in the early days because it sounds like I already said I still think we're early, but because years ago we were doing this and not a lot of people were, it was always cool to have a podcast to where you could ask certain people,
podcaster,
do you want to be, but not just say it, but to be like, hey, do you want to be on my podcast? So that was such a good way. Most people, if they have time, no matter who they are, want to be on someone else's podcast.
Here's one for you. So I've actually helped 33 people start podcasts, right? So the first 29 started a podcast, right? All of them, like none of them made the past podcast 5, right? And so people 30 to 33 asked me to do a podcast. I said, I have to do a podcast, but right, but you have to give me $500, right? I have to do a podcast. If you make the episode 10, I'll give you money back. I made $2,000. So I have 33 people do a podcast. None of them made it past podcast 10. Actually, and somebody I said, you use my podcast space. What do you want to do, right? Just that.
Yeah, I think unfortunately for us as podcasters, our heart is to help everyone do their podcast. I mean, but not just podcasts. So I just ran with this group of people, and there's this one dude. It's not just that he should do a podcast. This dude is custom made to do social media, to have a TikTok channel.
I know, right?
I was like, do you understand how much money? Because he's so unique, because he's so funny, but it's unfortunate because I already know, not that he can't do it, but it isn't that he wouldn't be consistent, but I would literally have to go help him buy the equipment, help him do the videos. Yeah. He needs that direct, it's not just that you need to do it.
I'm not going to be a fucking podcast manager, right? Like, I'll show you how to do it, but no, I'm not going to be a fucking podcast, whatever you want to call it, right? Editor, whatever.
Yeah, and I think that's what's good is, like, it's not, I mean, it's easy to figure out how to do it. That's never, it was more of a problem in the early days, but it's not a problem at this point. Yeah. But that's never what prevents people from doing it for the long term, for sure.
Yeah, I mean, it's not easy. You have to process, my man. But yeah, it's like it's easy, but not easy, right?
Yep. It was easy. I wanted to do it with anything. So
I know, right? So
speaking of easy, it was easy to be on your podcast and everyone else's versus had to do your own.
Thanks.
Yeah.
So Military CreatorCon 2027, May 22nd, May 29th 20 to May 22.
Be there. Don't miss it.
It's May 23rd. What needs to have happened the last 3 days for you to say, man, this was a fucking success? Like we knocked it out the ballpark.
You mean at the event?
Yeah.
Well, I don't want to just steal from what I said earlier, but still, I will continue not just this coming up year, but years after. I want to continue to expand on deep relationships with partners and sponsors, not just for the money for either one of our sides, but because I want, and I hate to say the right because it says wrong, but I want, the companies that I do business with and that I believe in to be there with us. And as we expand that umbrella, it'll be more of those kind of companies, right? I want to bring in more of those people. So for sure, we already working to expand, companies like LinkedIn being there, or your Google and things like that, right? Amazon. So as we have more of these sponsors and relationships with companies that we want to have, it's a success if they're there, and afterwards, it's the win-win that we've already created in the past that we continue to want to create going forward. I mean, I think no matter, because again, we could beat numbers all to death. We aren't looking for, like, if we don't have this many people, it's not a success. It'll never be like that. It's the most important part is to continue to foster the relationship and the relationships that people have established already, and we will continue to establish by the people being, in that certain energy and that certain environment in those few days. Like there was just a magic, if you could kind of put the magic in a bottle, right? That the event that we were just at next year, and then it feels like a bigger amount of energy. Like it's just kind of amplified of what it already was. Then to me, is a success.
So how can people reach out to you to volunteer to be involved in this?
Oh, absolutely. So if you go to militarycreatorcon.com, you'll see on there's the contact page. Give us your information. I think there's somewhere on the website where you're able to actually volunteer, submit to be a volunteer. So we're always going to need good volunteers. We're always going to have a way to reach out to us. You already know I'm easy to access myself as well. Whether you reach out to us or me through Military Creator Con, James Van Prooyen, I'm on every social media platform. You can reach out to me on email, james@militarycreatorcon.com. You already know our website. Again, you can Facebook message me. You can LinkedIn message me. Send me a LinkedIn request. I'm definitely one of the most accessible people. My phone number is 719-322-8269. You know what I mean? Like all my information is out there. So if you definitely want to reach out and connect with me, that's always possible.
So I don't know if I asked this right. So 2026, right? I mean, maybe not name these people like name right, but can you talk about how important was the volunteers' voice for you for 2026? Like, when any volunteers stand out in your mind, like how the volunteers really help you be successful in 2026?
Well, and I mean, it's easy to say the team, right? And I'm a Michigan fan, so it sounds like that whole thing. And you were in the Army and I was in the Air Force and the military. It's about teams. Like, you're only as strong as the team that you have. We had a great team going into 2026 with Military Creator Con. Already right now going into 2027, we have a great team. You helped us so much. There's so many people that have been significant helping us already. There was people that came, in 2026 that we didn't really know that well, that came and were there and helped at the event and continue to help after the event. So I think in a cool way, and I say even the volunteers, and when I say volunteers, I mean even people that I've helped, like Chris Kremetzos, I've helped for years do events that he does, and Chris came and helped me. So it was so critical and cool to have all these people. And I say donate the time. That part doesn't even matter. It was even more so not only, I mean, I knew how helpful it was to some degree for when I helped other people.
Yeah.
But until I got the help I got this past year on my own first event, it's the littlest of thing. It was so crazy how cool it was, when Donnie Blevin was like, hey, what can I do for you? Like, all these people were like, at different times, like, hey, and I hate to use names because I don't want to, it was other people.
Yeah, you might forget someone
that I'm probably leaving out, but like everybody, there's so many people. It's like, hey, what can I do? Joe from Mopod, right? Like I said, Joe had said this before the event. He's like, no, listen, like there's no small thing, whatever, if you want me to take the box from one side of the room to the other, and I'm not trying to get emotional, but like literally it's cool just even to think. I mean, a guy like Joe, who's an established business person who has been so successful and is not really technically in the military space, but has believed in us from day one, has sponsored us from day one, has agreed to be on our board from day one, has been in almost every meeting since day one, who's done his own events in the past. For him to not only say he would support, but to come, he's like, and give us all his time during the week and stay all the way through when the event was done, and to actually literally help me at every way. It's like, hey, and just sometimes just stand there. It's like, hey, are you sure? I'm here. What else do you need? You know what I mean? Like you can never, it's not even a put a price tag as a statement. I mean, like it's so not just make or break. I mean, it's everything. So we could never do it without the team and the volunteers. So, always going to need more, but that definitely is, and hopefully we portrayed that enough, like at the event of showing appreciation. Travis Partington was a great team member, but, and even in a cool way, other events I've seen a lot of people help and volunteer at Podfest and other conferences, but even at the end when Mara kind of was like a little bit threw me off, was like at the end when we were like saying everything, she's like, okay, if anybody wants to help them tear down, just come see James. And I was like, oh shit. And in a good way, you know what I mean? And not because you don't want volunteers, and in a good way because of the military community, and this, we're already pre-positioned that way anyway. So in a cool way, as that happened, all these people that wanted to still go and the event was almost over and go to the party took the time to say, hey, what do you need? And stood around and like stayed, even when I couldn't always tell them what they needed to do. I mean, it's just so priceless, right? So
let's talk about this, right? To me, it's amazing. Any kind of community, right? Like how many people like you don't like they're like me, like how to put this, right? Like you might know this person, but you don't really know them, and they help you out, right? They make a connection for you, right? Damn, like fucking Billy Bob wants to volunteer help me out, right? Like I know Billy Bob. I don't think I knew Billy Bob enough to like have him like help me out, right? It's so many times, any kind of community like this, like people like kind of outskirts like kind of help you out, right?
Yeah, I mean, there's definitely people that stood out in my mind that way, and I think that's to your point. And I actually, this was another thing that I did. You had asked me earlier, what did I do right after the conference was over? Like, I think I reflected and I realized who really, really showed up. And I think sometimes in an unfortunate way, you actually see the other people that didn't, that kind of said they would and didn't, right? And I don't want to be, kind of on the dark side of that. Yeah. But why I'm saying that to you is, you already know. I mean, it kind of goes without saying, but I'll say it. Like, I'll never forget the people that made it possible for us to be successful as a group. And it's cool because it worked. But the reason that's so significant is the things that came out of it that happened could have never happened without those little things that I'll never forget of the people that made it happen.
I think one thing too, I think people like people that tell like people like what can and cannot do. Like I tell you more like I'm fucking broke. I'm not the guy to fucking move boxes around. Like I'm not the fucking guy to fucking break shit down. Like I'm not doing that shit, right?
Yeah.
I mean, can I help with emails and fucking LinkedIn? Like,
Right. And it was cool. I mean, even to your point, for you reached out earlier into the year, and you were always like, hey, have you thought about this? Hey, what problems are you having? And always helping with a solution and stuff like that. So
it was crazy. Like even when I did all that stuff for y'all, like in my mind, like I still knew enough, right?
But I think that's what's cool is, and I'm kind of built the same way or cut from the same cloth, so to speak, is, I think there was other people that said almost verbatim what you said, but on the end of doing an event, and I think you know this from even doing Bunker Lab events, which we've done in the past, right? It's so significant the support you get. People, it's like, oh, here's just a little thing, but to the other person, it's such a huge thing. So I think that's what's cool, and it's, you just take parts, and again, it's not personal. You try to not take it personal when people kind of don't show up. It's not. It's okay, right?
But it's still fucking disappointing, though, man.
No, I know. In your heart, it's disappointing, but in the end of the day, right? The people you have to just show. Like, the good thing is someone else shows up.
Yeah.
It's just it all kind of almost works out like it should, if that makes sense.
So y'all doing the scholarship thing again next year?
We are. So the cool thing is, I think that'll be expanded. So I think we'll have more of that. So, and if you go on the website now, what's cool is somebody that won the biggest scholarship we had. We're going to be doing some upcoming things with that person. From kind of media perspective, and really kind of getting some cool stories out of what happened. But definitely,
talk about this new fucking platform y'all just launched.
Yep. So we are actually putting together our community. We're using a platform called Circle to have a community-based place for people to be. So we are definitely rolling out more and more of that.
So let me ask you this, man, there's so many fucking platform communities. There's blah 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 blah. How are you gonna convince people to go and join this community, right?
That's a good question as well. And again, I think, and maybe it's just, I'm not trying to have a problem with the term, is I don't really ever want to convince anyone, but I think, from a business marketing perspective, or even website, right? You want to make things as easy as possible. You asked me earlier about versus conference, right? You want to make things as simple and as easy as possible. So I think what our job is on our side to do is make it simple and easy and show people why there's an advantage for them to use this community-based thing that we're building out on a program, which is called, which is Circle.
Yeah. But
why our intent is to use something like a Circle is, you just want to be careful, as you know, to build it on somebody else's platform. Now, Circle, just to be clear to people in the audience that are listening to this, as simple as I can say it, it's almost like if you're having your own website, right? When you use a Facebook group, as great as they are, and we have a Facebook group,
it's not yours.
You don't want to do it there because so many things can happen. Whatever Facebook wants to do, it's not the same kind of thing. But when we pay a lot of money to a company, kind of like Circle, it's an area that you can use their software and their thing to build something similar to almost what a Facebook group concept is, to have the community-based thing and the options to go to different, purchase different things and upgrade and be in different levels of community in a community place. That's, in essence what Circle is and why we're building that out. So I think the job is to show the value and why it's important, and why, and make it as easy as possible to be in there. You know what I mean? In a weird way, you don't have to do too much to get someone in the Facebook group, because Facebook already kind of helped establish what that is. I think on our side, our job is as Facebook has done, is just shows here's the natural place to be.
Here's one for you. So I correct me if I'm wrong, but right now military career con is like U.S. military, right? Is a plan to expand it to other military people, like Canadian, like Korean, like whatever, like military career con?
It's always been. Yep, to be not just U.S. based, but international. Yes.
Okay. Nice.
No, great question, but from day one, that's been the goal. But I think, as you know, you have to start. I mean, even if you think about area, if you think about, you start a franchise company, you have to build it some region first and have that built, and then go before. It was hard enough to go from being with another conference to be on its own. That's that step, and then once like the progression is going towards then the inclusion of not just U.S. military, but other military.
Big ass goals, big fucking ass goals.
Oh yeah. I mean, I'm not a patient person. I said this earlier in a cool way, and not earlier to you, but like earlier to other people. I was excited about this year's event, but I was also thinking it should have happened years ago in my mind. So I was like, I'm just now getting started and now where I would want to been at years ago. So I've always had big ambition and big goals with where we're going. But everything, as you know, takes longer, and it's okay. But it takes longer than you think it's gonna. But once you get there, it's so worth it.
It always takes us fucking.
And it's not a straight line, and I put in the hours, and it still was better than I ever thought it would have been. So we'll get there.
Definitely. Okay. So, another random crazy question. Why did you decide to grow your hair out long?
Oh, I love that question. That's a great question. So it's, to me, pretty simple. Even when I was growing up, I wanted to have longer hair. I don't know if I would have had just as long as I have it right now. I did grow it out when I graduated high school, but when I would get my hair cut, my mother happened to be the one paying for my haircuts and it wasn't a barber, but it was this one lady, right? And I would just say, hey, I want to just kept a little longer in the back. And when I say longer, it's long right now. I don't mean longer like that. I mean longer like, you know what I mean? Just a little bit longer than tapered, right? So just, like just a little bit. And my mom wouldn't even kind of, I say let me, not meaning she would be like, take a little bit off, and she was paying the lady. So literally the lady then would take a little bit off, right? So doesn't really matter, right? It wasn't like, like, hey, I want to have my hair a certain, the length wasn't my thing at that point. But at that point, by the way, I didn't also know I was going to be an adult and go in the military and not have any hair either, right? Or have a hair requirement. So as soon as I graduated high school, I was already enlisted in the military. And then at that point, kind of for the first time, finally, for the most part, right, I could do whatever when I'm at with my hair. So I grew my hair out between graduating high school. So long story short, my mom didn't let me have long hair as long as I was living in the house, and she was kind of controlling that. And it wasn't a goal of mine to do it no matter what, or else I would have left, right? Which I almost did anyway. But as I got out, I got out of high school in May, and I went in February the next year. So on kind of all that year, just before the military, I had my hair, quite long for how long I'd had it before. But day one in the military, when that happens, they cut all of it off. Now I'm Air Force, right? So at first I probably tried to have it a little longer than I would have, but I was always kind of high and tight kind of a person, almost from day one. And then I slowly, because of being in the desert almost from day one, I was in Kuwait at 19 years old, and you're in, what we call the sandbox, right? You're in 100-degree temperatures, and plus for so long, it's just easier to have no hair. So I started having shorter and shorter hair, and I started being like, if I could cut my hair every couple of days, I went to be like almost no hair almost all my career, right? But it was 20 years of it wasn't about trying to have those long. It wasn't an issue. It was more an issue the other way of like just ease, right? Yeah. And so then when I got out, the last haircut I got for my retirement was in, I think, beginning in November of 2014. So immediately after that, that's the first kind of time for all those years, right? For 20 plus years, it was like, okay, now what? Right? And as you know, and I always thought in the military, right, you have two types of people almost when they get out, right? They go one of two ways, right? And you could probably tell me, and I'm going to say, right, they either have a haircut almost as though they're still in the military for the rest of their life, or they go where they fucking go crazy and they have, long, long, long hair and long beards and like, I'm never going to cut my hair ever again kind of things, right? Which has zero to do with their upbringing. It's the military part, right? But for me, I was like, I wanted to grow it out while I still had hair, number one. I didn't have all gray hair yet. And I just kind of had a certain, kind of surfer, whatever vibe that I wanted to have and stay with. And that's kind of what led to it. And been for like 10 plus years.
So I saw after I got out of military, I had long hair for a long time. Because my thing was like, I had this long hair, right? I was like, man, like why cut my hair off? Like this fucking motherfucker bald headed, this bald headed motherfucker will let my hair, right? But I cut it off like a year ago, maybe 6 months ago, because I have all these neck tattoos, right? I kind of want to start my neck tattoos, right? But I used to do, I have like long hair for 2 years, and I cut off a year. So I kind of like go back
But I think for me too, in a weird way, a couple things started happening too. Is and it's even happened recently. Like people would compliment me on, it's like, wow, you have good hair game or all those things. But then I would see other people, and I could see them do. I'd be like, holy shit, nice. You know what I mean? But then I'll see people that had longer hair cut their hair, probably like even you, and I'll be like, I think that's also what's kept me having my hair be a certain way, because when I see other people cut it, it doesn't look bad, but then I'm like, you look better. You know what I mean? Like, I think, not that they should never have hair like that, but I'm always like, why'd you cut it? It looks so good. You know what I mean? So I think, I don't know how long it'll be.
Thing. Long hair, short hair. I'm a handsome ass motherfucker, right?
What's funny though is you get what I've learned. It's almost like a human experiment. Is what I've learned is because some people never knew me as having short hair, so I'll show them the pictures, and you get one of two things, and it's guys and girls I've heard. They'll either tell you, "Oh, you look so much better with short hair," or they'll be like, "Oh, I like your longer hair." It's funny, they usually tell you one of two things, but to me, it's not about whether you do or don't look better that way. They're telling you actually what they think about people.
Yeah.
They are either telling you they prefer people with short hair or long hair. It's not that you do or don't look better with long hair. Does that make sense?
So next question. So you and your wife, Mara, right? Talk about the pros and cons, the good things and bad things about doing something like military career conference with your spouse.
Wow.
Without getting in trouble, of course.
Oh, I know. Just as you're asking the question, I felt like there's almost a bunch of ways to get in trouble just as you're starting. But great question. So what I'll say in a cool way is, Mara and I met very much through a professional channel, like at a business networking group. She had built a huge jewelry company. She had great business background, multiple businesses that she had been involved with, very successful family. Really, really great personality, beautiful. But what's funny is kind of day one, she didn't really believe it, but the looks isn't what really attracted me to her. Like I knew pretty quickly that she was as beautiful as she was, but it was something, you know what I mean? Like I didn't go into it. I was attracted more by who she was, right, and her background. So as I learned and got to know her better, I think the cool thing is when we met, and you would know this based on what we talked about before with how many years you were in the Army and I was in the Air Force. It's hard for me to remember a before the military time period, especially these many years later, and staying kind of in the military space with a conference kind of like this and being, podcasting and being around bunker labs and things like that. To meet her and have her outside perspective of the military space. When we first met, she said she wanted to help military spouses. So she had already kind of had some people she knew that she wanted to give back to people who were involved with people that were serving the country. So she kind of had a heart for that, but had no background. Like she has nobody in her family that were in the military. She's from an area of the country, grew up in Beverly Hills. She's like, everybody that I was around would have never, looked to be in the military or dated military people and things like that, right? So she didn't have any kind of reason to be involved with military kind of earlier in her life. So it was cool to have her, us become involved relationally. We started being involved in 2021, lived together almost right away, got married in 2023, and started building out the Military Creator Con conference. And using her background, as I think I said earlier, she's got a jewelry background and her family business background and artistic background. Her real dad, had a real successful car business and wholesale cars and was really successful. So what was cool is I had her helping me do something that I was sort of doing more on my own before I met her. And so what was cool is kind of bringing her and getting her involved. We had already done multiple one-day microcons with Podfest. But the hardest thing I already knew was going to be going from doing it with Podfest in Orlando, going to somewhere else, which ended up being Texas, ended up being the Dallas area. So I think the challenge ended up being it was something that was going to be hard, and I knew it was going to be hard. Events is a different animal. It wasn't that Mara didn't know events a little bit, but building a jewelry company and doing a big event are two different things, right? And not that she wouldn't have known that, and not that I wouldn't have known that, but I think what I found out and what we learned together is how hard it was going to take, and it really took everything in her and me collectively to get to where we got. I think some days she probably wanted to quit and never do something like this ever again, and I think she probably half the time wanted to divorce me, like at moments, but I think in a good way. As soon as we did the event, I think what has happened, and I'm not just, and there's a lot more to it than this overall, right? Like from a day to day, and like with any kind of thing, it wasn't that she didn't truly want to do it. It was just she had never done anything quite like this with a defined deadline, right? And she wants things to be at a certain level no matter what, which is great. And she was so heavily involved. But what was cool is to see, I know you saw it and you've known both of us for a while, to see how it went at the event and to see the success it had and her part of that. I mean, the cool thing is I think she's only more, I don't say entrenched because but you know what I mean? I mean, it's only had us be more resolved to make it better. Everything we talked about earlier, like the work paid off, even though it was hard work, and in a good way. You kind of asked me offline, like some things about some of the behind the scenes of getting from being in Arlington to now going to Fort Worth that she's helped out with. I mean, the cool thing is she just is able to be now. She's helped set up so many systems and processes that this year there's a lot of that, but it's just going to be so much faster. So I think as we go, time, her and I working together, we're kind of figuring out as a group and as a team, and I think her background with improvement in a company and with our experience with doing that in the military, I think what's cool is we've adjusted and lessons learned from last year. We're quickly improving things that, kind of building off of what went well and what didn't, and quickly making the changes and adjustments.
So, do you remember the first time I met Mara?
It's weird. I want to say no, but I'm trying to remember.
It was at a Bunker Labs event.
Were you at Chicago?
Chicago.
When she wanted to fire everybody at Bunker Labs. That's funny, right?
Yeah. I like, man.
Did you? I mean, that's what kind of happened. But did you see or say any of that?
Yeah,
then?
all that. You know what? I can fuck this lady. Like me and this lady, will fuck on the same fucking page, right? Like talking to like Mara, like you're a motherfucking lady. Like you're my motherfucker right here, right? Like we connected like spiritually. Right?
Yeah, what's crazy about that too is we had at that point, because I really didn't remember that I knew you from Bunker Labs even way before then, right? But that was, I want to say early, kind of mid. I want to say it was cold in Chicago, so it was probably even earlier. It was about maybe April, May of 2021. We basically had just only been together about 2 or 3 months at that point.
Yeah.
But what was funny for me at that event is because I definitely wanted to be there. She had really early on.
It was so fucking cold there.
Known what Bunker. Oh, it was cold. That's why I know it was early. And when she came, and I wanted to make sure she came,
and Mara's like, this motherfucker's trash. This motherfucker piece of shit. Fuck this motherfucker. Like, yeah.
I know. I was like Mara. Like I was like, she wanted to tell everyone.
And she's like, hey, I can prove this organization fucking hiring me. Like,
I was like confused. I was like, Mara, I mean, you trying to alienate everyone? Like you didn't even ease into it.
I'm like, man, you're my fucking spirit animal, Mara. Like, man, I love to. Yeah, like, yeah, I can fuck with you.
Well, there you have it. So then, I mean, you didn't even need. I mean, now you kind of said. I mean, if you can only imagine that. That's what it's like working with Mara on Military CreditCon.
Yeah. And the thing with Mara, like a lot of people don't get, so people like Mara have a distinct personality, right? A lot of people like struggle with people like Mara, right? People like Mara have high standards, right? Like I remember, like I recommend one person that worked for you, right? I don't want to say her name right, but she didn't meet Mara's standards, right? So Mara's like, get the fuck out of here, right? people like Mara, like it's like it's like she helps you out. She has like certain standard that you have to meet, right? And the thing is, the standard is really not fucking high, right? The standard's not fucking. It's not that fucking high.
I mean, I think it's a good concept about what we're talking about. I mean, I think you already know, right? We've seen good cultures and bad cultures. You get what you tolerate, and I like the fact that she's been very much a kind of person, and I mean that's kind of how we met and got involved. She's very much, I say no nonsense, right? She's doesn't beat around the bush. She's very direct. She's very business. She's very like, hey, it's not personal. This is just the way it's got to happen.
I can definitely fuck with Mara. Yeah, I can definitely. Yeah. Here's one for you, right? So back to veterans, right? So another controversial thing, right? Maybe this is my opinion, right? So a lot of people they start business like, I want to hire veterans. Like, really? Only veterans, right? Are you sure about that? Cause my experience in the military, right? There's like there's people like I work for, or they work for me, right? That were not hired to cut my fucking grass. Much less fucking work for me, right? Like, you want to hire every veteran? Are you sure about that, right? Maybe you want to like fucking like do like I don't know, some kind of fucking test right every know, right?
Yeah, I mean it's interesting because I think it goes back to what you said earlier. I mean, and this is what I told. It was interesting that you kind of say it this way. Early on, I told Mara, the military is a microcosm of society, right?
It is.
I think, and that's what we every branch joke is back and forth, right? And I've known you a long time. You did, a lot of years in the Army, and I did a lot of years in the Air Force, and you and I both know people in the other branches. Every branch has a percentage, all levels, right? All tiers. You have people in the Air Force, you have people in the Army, you have people in the Marines, in the Navy, in the Coast Guard, Space Force, whatever, that you and me both wanted to choke out and kick out, but it doesn't quite work like that, right? But my point is, you had good people, you had great people, you had mediocre people, you had people that should have never been in from day one, that you kind of will never know until you get to that point. But I say that to say, I mean, very rarely, in my opinion, are you going to get a person that did great in the military that comes out that you wouldn't want to work for you. But the problem is, you and I knew when we served, I didn't even have to know if I was going to do a company later. I was like, I would never want to work with that person now, let alone if I had my own company. So I think, I think it's what you're saying. I mean, I think, people are people. I think it's important to know what you will tolerate and to set a culture. I think every branch has core values. Well, no, every branch does have core values. But what I think is what you set as a foundation, and that's what I like about what we did this past year at Military Career Con. We built a very firm, great foundation on what we stand for and what our principles are from the top down. And I think that's what's important with a company. I don't care if you have all veterans or not. If I can have all military veterans that are, you're phenomenal people from all the branches that operate at a high level and that were great in the military, I'll do that all day long. But just because they served, that's what's tough is when we get out, as you know, you only know what you know, right? Like, because what do we do in the military is like, you always had people that could call and be like, if you and me are the same, you're like, hey, James, what about whoever? You know what I mean? Is Mike Starr a good dude? No? All right. I'm not going to have him come. You know what I mean? Like, we could do those kind of things. You can't do that as much always when you have a company and somebody's like, oh, yeah, I did this in the military, but you have no way of knowing, if they're, I mean, we do it a little bit, but, you can, shady people in the military were shady and could kind of hide it sometimes in the military. They definitely can as a veteran afterwards. So.
Yeah,
hopefully that makes sense. I mean,
I definitely agree. Yeah,
it is what it is.
Here's a great story for you, right? So I used to back in the day, whenever if was someone who's had like a sign like veteran, I'm homeless, I would donate money, right? I stopped doing it because of this, right? And so one time on TV, I was thinking, and like this dude, right, had a sign like veteran homeless donate, right? I mean, he was a veteran. He's a military veteran. He's been a military veteran, right? So his thing's right. He'll stop begging, like he'll start asking for money like 7 a.m. And so his goal was like to get $200 a day. So if he getting $200 at 7 a.m. or 9 a.m., 2 p.m., 10 p.m., whatever. So you get $200, right? The $200, he would buy a hamburger, pay the hotel room, buy some crack, and buy a whore. And that was the life for like 15 years, right? Probably 20 years now, right? So every day, $200, hamburger, crack, hotel, fucking whore, right? They went to the fucking hotel room. My fucking god, oh my god, it was fucking disgusting, right? And they went in and they asked the hotel like, "What are you doing, right?" We don't care. I don't pay some fucking money, right? And after that, like, I will never give a military veteran money again, right?
Yeah.
It's like, what the fuck, dude?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's tough because, and I'm not trying to say whatever. Like, I just try to take everything at face value. You have to rely on that the person saying they're a veteran are a veteran. I mean, I know.
But some of you are not, right?
I know sometimes I listen to Mars listening on TikTok where there's these people that are trying to vet and figure out like that all these people were never SEALs that say they were SEALs and things like that, right? So, I mean, it's unfortunate that people try to kind of steal valor and all those things.
There's
But
so many resources, right?
yeah,
like just be some of the, I'm in the military, back in the help. There's like blah blah blah, like fucking call this number, call this
yeah.
like. There's so many resources. I don't know nothing like if you're a military veteran, like man, so many people want to help you, right?
Yeah.
There's so many resources, so many government resources, so many like federal, state, like whatever you want to call it, right? If you're a military veteran and you help the man, it's like plethora
Yeah.
of fucking opportunities for your help, right?
Yep.
It's yeah. But some people like someone. I was in the Navy. What ship you was on? I was on the USS Rick and Morty.
What's weird is, true story for me, I've never really had anyone that I thought was military that I started talking to that I started to be like, are you sure you were ever in the military? I guess I just haven't had enough conversations, but in a weird way, I still haven't found anyone like that. But I know I know they're out there for sure.
My thing's like, how fucking shitty are you to say you're in the military? You didn't serve the military, right? Like,
Yeah.
man, this is a special place in hell for you. All right, cool. So is there anything else to ask you? I haven't asked you yet. Anything else you want to talk about?
I don't know. Do you have how long has it been so far? Because I'm looking at the time. It looks like it's been like 3 hours. But I don't know if my time's off.
Your time's off.
It's been less than 3 hours?
No, it's way over.
How long is the longest you've ever done?
5 hours.
You've done a 5-hour podcast with someone before?
5-hour podcast and I bought half a bourbon.
I don't know. It's been great. Like I've had a good time. Like I think there's a lot of things. I mean, I think we can do it again sometime. Like, I mean, I feel like we've talked about a lot of different things and covered a lot of things. Nothing's top of mind, but
Okay,
like great questions. Like I've loved all your questions. It's been a
what's
good
like
conversation.
military career con, military time? Like, what's your personal goals for yourself? Like, what do you want to do to like professionally develop yourself?
That's a great question. I mean, I think what I did was another thing you had asked me earlier about, kind of what I thought immediately after this year's military creator con. I quickly wanted to make sure I started to surround myself around. I hate this. Like I don't know the best way to say it, but higher caliber people. Like I want to elevate. You know what I mean? Like we talked about it earlier. Like, you know what I mean? Let's say you're wanting to be a multimillionaire, and then you start to feel like you're getting on that trajectory. It's like, okay, now I want to, be a billionaire. Let me go be around more people that are that. That's the concept, right?
Yeah.
Like I was like, okay, I've done a successful event on my own. Here's where it's going. Here's where I want to be in the next whatever many years. Who are those people that are doing something at a higher level in the event? Or I say event space. The specifics are general to some degree. They're specific and general, but do you know what I mean? Like I want to really literally go seek more friendship and mentorship in these areas that I feel like, I've got a good, clear vision of what I feel the future will be. But now I want to go be around more people that are doing similar kind of things that I want to go towards, which is a little bit of what we talked about as well with mentors and, kind of taking advice from the people that you want to do things like versus people that aren't. So,
Okay,
so in other words, I don't want to talk to someone. I'm sorry.
No, go ahead.
No, I mean, I don't want to talk to someone that's hardly ever done an event or like kind of doing a mediocre event. I want to do somebody like that's taking an event from a high level to even a higher level. You know what I mean? It's got to be something that's similar enough to where it's like, okay, you're where I'm wanting to go.
So this next question is kind of a setup question, kind of a hard question, but okay. How do you keep Mara happy?
I don't know. I feel like we almost just need to call her. No, it's kidding. I mean, I think I would generally say, like, how does anyone stay happy? I mean, I like that you asked me earlier, like, am I happy? I think in a cool way, Mara and I both, and maybe that's misunderstood from other people who know me and her for a while. We've always communicated really, really well and do the deep work relationship wise and when we have fights, it usually goes from a 0 to 100 quickly.
Y'all fight so fucking goddamn motherfucking comical.
So so I mean, you've known me longer than you know her. I mean, you're not surprised, right? When you have two strong people, I've kind of joked, but not really. Like it's hard for me to be with women that aren't strong women. Double-edged sword of that is half the time you're like, why do I want to be with strong women? Not because you don't like strong women, but there's I'm a strong, want-minded individual anyway myself, right? So I think what's interesting with someone like myself and Mara is I've done a lot in my life already. She's done a lot in her life. She's older than I am. I'm at this point about to turn 50, so it's like I'm not necessarily early on in my life necessarily. So I think what's cool is I've been all in the relationship since it started, and she's all in. So I think when you have two people that are committed, it's, I'm not saying easy to make her happy, but I think I keep her happy because I do care to be better and improve, and kind of probably why we both were attracted to each other in the begin with. So I think we had common values already, and I think what she wants and what I want in a relationship and in a partnership and in a business relationship are all similar. So I think it's those ways that we really kind of make it work.
Nice. Okay. So one last question. Anything you want to talk about? Anything else I'd ask you?
I can't think of anything else. It's been fun. I've appreciated it. Are you a sports guy?
Yeah.
You are. So are you a baseball fan?
Sort of, kind of.
What's your favorite sport?
Football.
All right. So let's fucking. I was trying to stay away from the Cowboys, right? Especially because I do an event in Texas.
So I'm big Dallas Cowboy fan, big San Antonio Spurs fan, big Houston Astros fan.
What about you, college football guy?
So my master's from Oklahoma, so I'm a big Oklahoma fan.
I did not know that. My best friend's an Oklahoma fan, so we'll have to talk about that later.
Yeah.
So I guess I wanted you, maybe last question, let's have a quick sports conversation.
Okay.
Anything you want to ask me?
Okay.
Because I feel like I'm asking you because I just wanted, as a podcast, I wanted to find out more about something related to sports.
So you live in Florida. Are you like a University of Florida fan?
It's interesting. I'm kind of loosely in Florida right now, right? Like very nomadic. We were in Vegas for a while and kind of back to Central Florida, Tampa area, generally lately. But ever since I've been in Florida, if I was gonna root for any team in Florida, it would be University of Florida. But I've been a diehard Michigan fan,
Okay, that's right,
kind of since day one.
That's right, Michigan.
So, go blue. I'm always gonna be a huge Michigan fan. I'm never gonna live in Michigan ever again. And um,
so let's talk about this, right? So the World Cup soccer was here like last month, right? And it means it's been fucking amazing, like the love America has got from foreigners, right? All these foreigners like social media, right? They're like, our country lied to us, right? Americans are great, they're on fucking social media like, ranch is the fucking best thing ever, right? Waffle House, like this one dude.
Isn't it crazy though? They liked all the things that aren't really good about the United States.
I know, right? There's one dude was fucking like same day, Chili's, Waffle House, and Chipotle. But like, slow your fucking roll, dude. Like, fuck you doing, right?
No, but here's what's funny though, right? And you always said earlier your controversial stuff. I've never been really a huge ranch fan since a Barely Ranch came out, but that's just me, right? Like I always get blue cheese versus ranch.
Yeah.
Almost always.
These fuckers are fucking like, we're gonna fucking smuggle ranch.
But it might be just me. Like we have way better shit than ranch in the United States. I'm just saying.
And the thing,
some
like,
Chipotle something.
And the thing was cool, like Lawrence, Kansas.
Fry sauce. I mean, like mayonnaise and ketchup.
It's stuff cool. Like Lawrence, Kansas, they adopted a Jerry team, right? They love it. It's like
any kind of barbecue sauce. There's so much better stuff than ranch out there, right?
Yeah. And like people like Buc-ee's, like it's like amazing, like how many foreigners like came to America and like, oh man.
Well, Chili's is a good call, but I don't know about Waffle House.
Yeah, that's true. And then
I mean, I'm glad to. No offense. I mean, Waffle House is a go-to if you have to, but it's not the highest level of.
It's just been amazing, right? So there's the one video like this German lady to the restaurant, right? And like they bring in water, right? Why are you bringing water? Because we bring water. I didn't ask for water. Well, you don't have to ask for it, just bring it to you. You bring your water, have to pay for it? No, we have to pay for it. I didn't pay for it. Oh, okay. Oh, like see that blonde wine. Like the wine's getting blown by refills, right?
But it was interesting with the refills, and I never really thought about that. And it is interesting how spoiled I think the United States is for sure. In general, but if nothing else, just on refills. We don't even think anything about like. When's the last time you've ever in your life thought about whether you should or shouldn't get a refill on your soda?
Out, this fucking sucks. Pour it out. Like you test.
We don't even think about it. The company doesn't think about it. It's not even a big thing.
I think the funniest one is like this. So it's this Japanese soccer team in Dallas, right? This Japanese dude, right? He was at a restaurant, right? Mexican restaurant, right? So every Mexican restaurant brings like free sauce on like free sauce like chips, right? So they bring in free sauce and chips. And man, I don't deserve this, but I'll eat it, right? Bring in a second part. Man, I'm so blessed to get like free sauce and chips. Like what else is there? The fourth one, like, oh my god, how are you my fucking meal? Please, no more sauce and chips.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, it was definitely interesting. So, but it's been good. It's been a good World Cup.
I mean, like, man,
you see you watched the game last night, right? You saw Argentina.
Yeah.
Pulled it out.
Oh man, like the block parties, like a block from my house.
Yeah.
The block part of my house, my office, like the block parties right here. I was able to see all the fan parties, like the fucking bosses. That's just off the fucking chain.
Nice.
Them motherfuckers like boom, 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 like fuck. What's this shit called? Flares, like detonators,
Yeah.
It's like it was. I was a Mexican Korea game. Man, it's been such a good time. It's such a 5-year, man.
Yeah.
It's been fucking great, man. Like, to me, it's like it makes you feel patriotic. Like you see how many people come over countries like, man.
Yeah.
Our country that I chose. You Americans, like you ain't fucking like you're fucking like pretty fucking dope.
Yeah, but I think that's we've talked a lot about military creator con, all that. You reached your time limit on Google Chrome. Yeah. Oop, there went your hat. But that's what's crazy is we were in the military, so we don't even care to listen to whether people said it is or isn't a good country. Like, I don't care where I've traveled. I've loved to travel everywhere I've traveled. Nothing against any other country, but there's no place like here. But we didn't need to listen to someone to come here to tell us
Yeah.
that anyway. Day one, we
But
knew
thing
that.
is, we fucking take it for granted, like you said, right?
Third, we always say first world problems, but I think we don't even understand when you talk about first world. The United States is like in a different league as first world.
Yeah, we're like here,
like
everyone's just here.
there's like a different league that's us, and then there's first world,
Yeah.
and we're worried about stupid shit.
Here's one for you, right? So you travel like all over the world, right? So this is my thing. I travel the world too, right? I've never been to a place where like, man, these fuckers fucking suck, right? Like these people fucking horrible, right? Every country I've been to, like, man, these people are kind of okay, right? I never place a man. I want to leave fucking tomorrow, right? These fucking people fucking suck dick. Every country I've been to, like these fucking people kind of okay.
No, I mean I've liked different places, but it's hard to really explain. I'm not trying to say I don't like other countries that I've been at that I wouldn't want to live there to some degree. But in the end of the day, there's just something about the United States that I would never not want to come back and be here.
Here's one for you. Let's suppose the United States kicked you the fuck out. What country would you live in?
Italy.
Italy.
Oh yeah, I love Italy, dude.
Damn good fucking choice.
Yeah, I absolutely had a good time in Italy. Great pizza, great wine, dude.
Summertime, I was stationed for 2.5 years. Yeah, it was a fucking bomb.
Yeah, I was a huge fan because it's weird. Like so many people are like Germany's better than Italy, and I don't mind Germany, but give me Italy, dude.
Yeah, Italy.
I can get to Germany when I want, but there's just something about Italy.
Yeah. All right. So, how can people reach out to you?
Yep. Again, James at militarycreatorcon.com. I'm on all social media platforms: LinkedIn, Facebook, Instagram, TikTok, email. So just hit me up. So, telephone number 719-322-8269.
James, thank you for your time today. Really appreciate it.
All right, thank you, Jason.
And so, listeners, thank you for your time as well. And thank you